Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday for a second. But it is Wednesday. I think I have everything uploaded that I need to. I think I just go straight to the other computer. Hello, Pixels. Hello, Flame. Hello, Fox. Hello, Stripe. Hello, Hoalian. Hello, Ace. Hope you are all doing well. Actually, this way, because I don't know what's on the other computer right now. Hello, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Let me put on the... That's not what I wanted. Is your goober eye bonk understandable? Oh my goodness, why is it broken? Oh man. Okay, that just means I have to unplug and replug them in. I hope everyone's having a lovely jubbly day. I'm a little sleepy, but could be worse. Hello, Orwell. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Are you parking ticket? I don't know how to drive, so I don't think I could be a parking ticket. Hi, Rupa. Welcome on in. Okay, so today we're doing Did You Know? I also want to ask the Discord a question, or the council a question, because I'd love to know them. Because you go find all of me. That's so cute. I love. That's so cute. I like it. Okay. I got all 8. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Let me put you in the B box. Okay, hold on. There we go. All right. The Thanos snap time. No. No Thanos snap. Only Thanos kiss. Mwah. Well, let me open stream avatars. I'm just waiting for it to load. And then I can give you your hat. Oh, I'm cold. Thanos got a has, but it has toe beans. Ew. It's like those toad socks. That would be crazy. Where is Fruit Bat? Fruit Bat, there you are. Annoying. Boop, boop. Nope, that one you already have. Grubby. It's Grubby. Look, you have a little Grubby hat. Got a little Grubby hat. Look at you. So cute. Okie dokie. I think I'll just put this stuff. No, let's keep that tab open actually. And then we'll go back to the other monitor. Bump. There you go. Set me higher. Videos down to 10 to 15 seconds. Launch time is like 10 seconds. Ooh, Pixels has 7 out of 8 now. It's Ooh, is it not open on the other computer? Is that the problem? There we go. I don't think, maybe it's not actually starting with my computer. Maybe that's the problem. Let me see. STUV voice meter enable. It is now enabled. Cool. My soul on fire, burning love. Oop. Let me change this first. Let me change the quality. Let's do fast. And then close, put that down, and then go to the other computer really quick, and then check to see what quality the audio is getting sent over at. Because I have a feeling it's... Hey, Buster! Welcome on in. I'm good. How are you? Also, Flame, thank you for sharing your streak with me. I super, super appreciate it. Fast optimal. Okay, let's see how that works. Focal stem, first thing I saw. Eat me like a bug.
You disrespect me. You disrespect my family. You call us stinky poopy babies. You punched my wife. You kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby.
You kicked
ate
my
our dog.
baby.
You ate our house.
Weird. Oh, is that just DaVinci? Let me see. Ooh, good question. And a video to the comparison. Try really hard to stretch. We always streak in front of the homies. We always streak in front of the homies. Explain example, then reaping. Alright, let me check if my audio is just being bonkus. Just because of DaVinci or... Okay, no, it's just like that for some reason. Okay. Oh. Actually, let's do that one as fast. And then let's do this one as... sample rates, maybe? Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. Just want to see if I can fix my audio. I think that's better. That sounds better. Cool. Cool. All right, then let me drink some water. And I will reopen DaVinci because I have to re-edit some things. So. Yum, 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 yum. And then I'm going to take my meds. All right, let's relook at V stars and see where we can trim. Waff, waff. How you doing, my love? Thank you for the check-in. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's make this red. Actually, can I clear all? Undo, don't clear all. record you Feelin Cute working. Thank you. I'm all dressed up today too. I have a nice black dress with a cozy little sweater on top, feeling cute, and I did my hair too. My hair is in pigtails. Hold on, wait. Me and my VTuber. I wore my cardigan yesterday that my VTuber also has. My model also has. But my hair is just like this today. So it feels pretty spot on. But let me. I'm gonna file save project as. This will be like a version 2. So first. Oh, this needs to be stretched over. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So if we did this here, this could be where it ends. Is the 3-second mark. Sorry, here we'd have another one that I'm just gonna make them red. It just feels like the red is good. Okay, so then I would cut this down into. Let's see. Let's grab this guy, this guy, this guy. Actually, let me add a track. Nope. In the eye. Tell me that I'm still. Okay, I know how to do this. Eep. Add track. Okay, there we go. And we take this guy, and we take him, and we take this, and then boop. Same with this one. Oops. Boop. And then shading. I bring these down a little bit just because it's easier to see it there a little bit lower. Actually, let me change this. Shading. Take Paul without you. And then a 35-day streak, wife. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. I hope all of you are having a really good day, by the way. I just saw the trailer for They Will Kill You. I liked it. Ooh, is that a movie? Is that a movie? I haven't seen that movie before. Is it good? I might just keep that like that. Just so that way you can get the shading corrected. Gold. Pick screen color. Brown. No, that one needs to be canceled. This one. Devil, then I will do you myself. Pick screen color. This one. Add custom color. Okay. New movie coming out in March? Ooh, that does sound cool. That should be this one. I can't tell because I'm not on it. Oh, no, yeah, no, I'm right. And then this one, the outline needs to be brown. Oh, divide. And then this one, oops. Boop, boop. Wait, this one is? This one isn't. These aren't either. That one is this one. That's this one. Okay, there you go. So it should be on. Wait. Let me link clips. I feel like it's kind of abrupt the way I did that. Or it's not abrupt. Oh, I'm just stupid. There you go. Nope, maybe I'm right. Actually, I think I could just do it to this one and then it would affect the whole thing. Let's do it here. How to have DaVinci video transition affect entire video. Yeah. Edit point. Okay. So everything in here. And then I don't need it in the back though. Huh? Mm. Why isn't it undoing? Okay, I'll just remove them then. Stand in. Okay, put that there. Okay. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay, compound clip. Read all of it. I'm good. What about you? I'm good. I am good. I'm trying to figure out to affect multiple time clips, I guess. I'm trying to figure out how to have a transition work for multiple like clippy bits. I think I'm gonna make this a lot smaller. Oh. There you go. Because this is just so I can grab links in case you guys send me something. What are these called? What kind of mood you going for? For the transition, so right here, in V-Stars especially, I go from clip to then formatted video, and I'd like a transition to happen here. because it's a bit abrupt in the change. So I think having a transition would look nice. I'm also trying to, I don't know if you saw on the Discord, but I'm also trying to shorten videos to have better completion time because that makes TikTok happy. What are these called? Multiple video tracks. Affect multiple video tracks. Trim clips. Is that to affect all 3 video tracks? And there's a way I can do this. The compact seems to remove. Right, left that apparently moved. Exactly. Only the first clip of the bottom track was selected and the top track. Thanks, I can see that, but why is the clip the V1? Multicam workflow. Compound clip. Multi-compound? Multi... You gotta zoom in and match the motion or cut right before she blinks. I think the thing is we're also adding like overlays and stuff, so I don't like super mind if it's like a big transition. I don't know why that media is like weird, but it's like because it's a little. I just want an overall effect. But in order to do that, it seems like I might have to do this a little bit differently. That I don't want to do it that way. Creating a complex while you grade all at once. Or my storage from my PC. So yay! How much you got now? Convert to multicam clip. Fill the wait. What does this say? Maybe it's heat, but I can't remember how to take the edit page. So if I were to take hold on, let me just scoot everything so it's where it should be. I have 1.5 terabytes. Not bad. That's very nice. Not bad. Oh my god, no. Hold on, let me move this up. I don't know why I'm like trying to work with so little space when I have more space. Okay, let's scoot that there, and then let's scoot this here, and then let me look at this. So, if I wanted to go over everything, that means, whoa! Hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. Move track down, and then, yes, move track down, move track down. Okay. And then delete track. And then I want it to be applied to here, but let me make the version of it really quick that I want it to be shorter. So I think this part I can remove. So that's, wait, that's not 15 seconds. This is 15 seconds. And that one, backspace that. You know where you are. And then I think I can just add the ending, I feel like maybe this part isn't necessary. I think so. Yeah. So while they're more short and brief, I think that's okay because that pushes me to be able to describe people in more punchy ways, which I think will be better for us at the end of the day. Actually, I want to do one more. Do any of you guys know of any content creators that make TikToks? As I'm going to do a bit of a case study here. But I don't know. Can't I? Hey, Snixie. Following accounts. Here we go. I know Phlox. I think Phlox would be a good one, I feel like, to check out for an example. They're 23 seconds. What do I call VTubers? Any? 110, 101. This person actually has. I don't know their completion rate, though. 4,000, 11,000, 1 minute, 24 seconds, 20 seconds. I think a good person, I can't remember what his name, but like top 5 animals I wish I could pet. I really like his videos. This guy, Big Tug. I really like Big Tug's videos. He makes me very happy. This one. This is a minute-long video. Interesting. Okay, maybe my attention span is better than other people's. Shit. What about Dran's? What about Dran's videos? I like Dran's videos a lot. 13 seconds. 13 seconds. 20 seconds. It's hard to see 14 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 28 seconds, 15 seconds, 9 seconds. Are you winning, chap? I'm trying. What about this person's? I liked this person's videos too. There's one other one that I enjoyed watching as well. Hold on. 18, 7, 25, 10, 7. How long was my viral video? I don't remember how long this video was. This one was 17 seconds. Maybe 15 to 20 seconds might be our golden ratio. I gotta write this down. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go borrow Pixels' pencil. Okay, I'm back with pencil. Pixels has this really nice 2B pencil. It's like an art pencil. And I've ordered mechanical pencil now. It's gonna be so sublime. So 2Bs, for those of you who don't know, here, let's have a little types of lead for pencils. So there's different types of lead. Most of it is important in terms of art. Most pencils are 2 HBs. This one, which makes them harder and they don't smudge, which is really good for test taking and taking notes and stuff. However, artists tend to use 2B because it's softer, but it will smudge easier, but that's better for art because maybe you want to do some shading and stuff. On TikTok, maybe look at Iron Mouse. Ooh. Thank you, Star. Star, I love you. Do you know that? You're amazing. But anywho, I wrote with a 2B pencil the other day after not writing with one in a long time. And oh my god. I can't write with a normal HB pencil anymore. It feels like I'm scratching fucking cardboard together. Or like I'm like fucking chicken scratching. And it fucking annoys the shit out of me. Let's see, what's today's date? January 7th. 2026. Oh my god, this pencil's so soft. If you guys ever want to know what it's like to write with the blessings of the gods, get a 2B pencil and just write with it. It's so smooth. And I bought, okay, oh my god, and it's sublime because, okay, so I bought, so pencils wear away after a while. You gotta sharpen them, whatever, right? But I got mechanical pencils, and it's the uni 2B lead. So I got this. I got 0.5 2B lead. Sorry, pencil. I won't, because trust me, I won't. I have art school made me had so many. Trust me, if anything, I'll be impressed if you have more than I do. Which, I mean, you might. I have a lot of like crayons, color pencils, Crayola, just a mix of things. I don't think I have like specifically one type of thing. But so I got this lead, right? Really good. People say it doesn't smudge, really strong, doesn't break, very nice, right? And then I also got a refill for my Technicolor. Wait, what is it called? Hold on, let me grab it. It's the High Tech C pen. So I have this multicolored pen. Wait, what the High Tech? Oh, I spelled it wrong. What? HITEC C. What the fuck? Coletto 5. Okay, I have one of these. I have this navy one, and I also have a clear one. I have that. My roommate's family gave me one of those for Christmas, and oh my god, I love them so fucking much. Hello, Rhino, welcome on it. But I have two of these. So I have one that's like, it's got navy, light blue, orange, pink, purple, and dark blue in it. And then in the other one, in the navy one, I have black, red, green, and then I have a pencil. It has a mechanical pencil version part. Let's go, Rhino! And then, I have an eraser. So you can get refills of these. So how they sell them is they're blank. And they don't come with anything. And then you can get like these. They're little refills. And so I have most of these colors. And so I have one pen that's like just like whatever colors that I want for like corrections, note takings, colorful things to make my notes colorful. And then I have another one that's like main, like red, green, black. And then I got one of these. You should look at Quirky Cup Collective. Fucking bet. Give me like 10 seconds. And then I got one of these, but it's like for a mechanical pencil, so it's a 0.5 one, so that way I can use a 0.5 lead. But then I also got, because I really want to try it, rotating mechanical. There's rotating, because the problem with mechanical pencils for me is that they'll get sharp on one side eventually, you know? So like you'll have like, oh my god, I have to have this Tizamrat. I love you guys. So lead starts out like this, right? It starts out like flat, right? And then as you write with it, it'll get curved. And this right here, this is peak because it's smooth, right? But then eventually as you write with it, it kind of becomes like this. And then you have to rotate the pen to use this side. And then it's like sharp and it's like not super great. But with the rotating one, you will evenly disperse the roundness. So the pen will be like, the lead will be like this the entire time. And I'm really excited. And I can't remember which one I got. I think it's this one. I got this one. This one. I think this was the one I got. I don't want to like dox my Amazon. I'm looking at it on my phone. And I'll be here tomorrow, and I'm really excited because I'm a fucking stationary hoe, man. Oh, I'm so excited. But yeah, we'll look at Quirky Cup Collective while I check what pen it was that I got. Driving. It is that one. It was that one. And so I'm really excited. What is this? Oh, see, the only problem with like these things on God is like I would never want to write in them. I have like this really nice. Who's it from? It's a really nice notebook that I got from an artist that they made. They made these really nice notebooks. They're kind of like these. And oh man, I can't write in it. I can't. I have 2 of their journals and a pen. They have pens. I need a new pop socket. Let me tell you what, I need a new pop socket. These pens are gorgeous. Hello, Vex. Ooh. I'll get this one. Ooh. Oh, they have different things on them. I like this one a lot, though. This one is like my aesthetic. This one. Also, I need to give Rhino. I need to go to the other computer really quick. Hold on. If you get that one, we twins. Ooh. If I get paid this month, I will get that one. All right, Rhino. And then he get Grubby. Grubby woman, look at him. We got a little Grubby now. Little Grubby man. Alrighty. Let me go back here and then shove this on up. But this one's really pretty. I like that one. Daydreamer. Ooh, that's really pretty. Clingies. They call them clingies. Okay, but these are all like super big. These are really pretty though. Ooh. Let's look at like phone holder for hand. I don't know what they're called. Phone hand holder. Cause like I want a new like, oh, it's a phone grip. Phone grip. Oh, did anybody have recommendations on phone grips? Also, I need to write my notes down. Hold on. Video length 15 to or like 10 to 20 seconds. 15 question mark. Okay. If you want to make your own, I think Faux Grace has them. Oh my god! Oh my god, that would be so cute. So the one that I have is I have the nudges. I have the moon pop socket. I have this is it's this one. I have bought this one like 3 times. I have this one. It broke a few months ago, so I was thinking of getting a new one. And I don't have MagSafe because I don't have an iPhone. I didn't think about getting one from here though. Doesn't she need to stick Sandy's Prince home living? What is phone accessories? Pop sockets. Hello, Shadow. These are kind of cute. The only thing is I want a quality one. Because, like, while I do think it's cute as merch, like, I want a quality phone grip. And I was thinking about trying Love Handle as a phone grip. But the only thing that worries me about, like, Love Handle is that they have fabric. So how you're supposed to hold them is they have the, like, showing how to hold them. So you can, like, put your hand in this little, like, grip piece. And, like, it also has a stand, which I thought was cool. But the only problem that my brain thinks about, like, this fabric strap is it's fabric. The more you use it, the more stretch out it's gonna get, and it makes me go, There are also phone cases that come with them. Mine is like that. The thing is, mine isn't like that. Hold on. Mine, the one I have is not. Wait, do they? Goblina, please. I want the. Maybe I'll get a new phone case. I don't think I'll get a new phone case. I like my phone case. Oh shit. I don't know if I'll find it. Hold on. Actually, continue with Google. Wait, no, I think I was supposed to allow that. Fucking shit. I made it whoopsie. Hold on. How do I... I don't know what company mine comes from. Cow printed phone case. Samsung. What is that? Wait, what is what? What's what? What is what? Wait, what? 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 I'm trying to find. Do they have the artist on here? I don't think they do. Hold on, let me. Goblino. Okay, Goblino Studios is the person that I highlighted on my TikTok the other day. Because they're look, motherfuckers, look, they're making these little goblin guys, and I highlighted them and I shouted them out on my TikTok because I want one, and they haven't. They said they're coming soon, but I don't know how soon, so I've been stalking them every day. That's me. Anywho, I gotta go on Etsy to find that seller. Sorry. You are, how about you die 100 miles an hour? I'm built up on cash. Okay, hold on. I need to add Rhino because Rhino got second place. What is this? Meh. Meh. Here, hold on. I'll show you the one I have, and then you'll see why I'm like meh, because I like mine a lot. Hold on. Oh, I forgot I had those earrings. Oh my god. Fuck. I might change my earrings in a second, because I forgot I had those. I don't know where I put them though, actually. Ooh, I should have my cat a new collar. Hold on. Where is... It's from Wi-Fi for Dogs. Oh, of course it's from Wi-Fi for Dogs. Wi-Fi for Dogs. Wi-Fi for Dogs has like the cutest phone cases. So they have... It's this one. I have this one. I have it for my... Where's the one for my phone? That's not my phone. But look, it's like a little cow. And then I put the pop socket like right in the middle. And it's super cute. And I've had 2 of these cases. The last one I had cracked. Because it's just a typical phone case. But the art is so cute. I can't, like, not have it. So, yeah, that's why I can't replace my phone case. I love my phone case a little bit too much to ever replace it. And I will probably just keep buying it from them because I like theirs. But, yeah, they have really cute art. They had one where it's like... They had this one, too, where it's like the cow getting abducted. But I like the cow just being in the full waist. I was thinking of something. Phone grip comparisons. I'm trying to think of something, and my brain is not braining, and I don't know what to do about that, but I think it's fine, because it's whatever, because obviously if I didn't remember, it's not that important, I hope. I might just go to pop sockets again. Okay. Let's look at pop sockets. They have so many pop sockets nowadays. Or so many, like, variants. I'm intrigued. This gold one is very pretty. Grips. This gold one, I'm not gonna lie, that's very pretty. Let's do... Are there celestial or flowers? But I wish I could shop by collection. Dark Romance. What is that? Bookish Volume 2, and then they should have a Bookish Volume 1, but I don't think those ones will be as good. Oh my gosh, Twilight. Squid Game. Hello, Shuppy. Welcome on in. Yeah, Celestial has the one I always get. What is this one? This one was Flowers. This one's pretty. I don't know. I'm like so anal about how they look. What? Okay, what is dark romance? Oh my god, is that Leia? Oh my god, is that Shabby? Hello. Oh, the Blue Jay one's really pretty. Or the Bluebird one. I don't think that's a Blue Jay because I think its tail is too short. Oh, the peacock porcelain one's kind of nice. I don't really like the peacock on it. This is cool. It's got a dragon on it. This I think is silly. They like go from like having kind of silly ones to like actually nice ones. Grips. Backspin. Backspin. 3D. What? Tide pool. What's a backspin? Oh, it'll also spin. Ah, I got it. What's 3D mean? Oh, it means they're puffy. They're puffy. These are kind of silly. The concha one is funny, though. That one's cute. Got kind of dark. Tatooine? Oh my god. Mustafar, Endor, Hoth, Tatooine. Shit, that's actually kind of crazy. I don't know. I feel like I like the one that I have. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that's a Captain America one. Can you not? I like that. That's funny. Bookish Volume 2, I think, is pretty good, too. Like, I like the enamel moth. Bookish one. I don't think I liked Bookish one as much. Nah. I do like this one a lot. Wait, this one opens? That's kind of sick, though. It opens? That's actually kind of cool. I could put a little picture of Moira in it. I could also put a little picture of chat. That's actually kind of cute. We'll think on this. We'll return to this. Okie dokie. Oh, and then okay, we're gonna do one more video check. 24, 59, 32, 46, 40, 45, 44. Minute 33. I think the only hard part about looking at popular VTubers like this is they're not making content for TikTok. They are taking the content that they have from Twitch and then posting it on here. Is there other VTubers that do like TikTok specific? I guess Vom does. Fair. Minute 41. 30. This one's 10 seconds. Their stuff lands within the 30 to 40 second range. Interesting. Do I also follow their original persona? And a fish in a microwave, dishes by the bird. Around. Hot Magandhi. Zoo Bebop, I think, makes TikTok content as well. 6. I don't know that one. I don't know this one. I don't know that one. That's 23 seconds. That was 22 seconds. That was 15 seconds? This one's 13 seconds. Who else makes TikToks? I guess Rat Cousin would be a good one, but it's also one of those where they're making content specifically for it's 15. 12, 6, 8, Okay. And then we're gonna try Rat Cousin. But Rat Cousin is another person where it's kind of like, I think they're mostly taking content from their Twitch. 144, 54, 56, 26. Yeah, I think this is like where I like the length of these kind of videos, but like, ooh, thank you for sharing your streak with me. I don't remember. It was a color changing VTuber, maybe? Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Changing VTuber. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Sheppy. My legs are cold. It's like this like jelly VTuber. And I don't know if she's around anymore. But it was like this jelly VTuber that would change colors with drinks. Changing color with drinks. It's this person. Hey, Sally. Do they still make stuff? I don't know if they still make stuff. I hope they do. Don't know how long it's been. I'll be posting on this account. Seems it's ending still. Wait, what? I am so. I just haven't felt like Hello, Moira. They just kind of disappeared, which makes me sad, but 49, 40, 45, 42, 44. Okay. Hi, Moira. Hi. Moira just stepped on my mic and like pushed it. VGen also makes content though, don't they? 10, 6, 11, 18, 20, 25. Okay, I'm starting to think around 15 seconds might be the sweet spot for videos. I think that's where I'm landing on this. And if that is the case, that works for me. This one's a little bit longer, but I think that's okay. So I'm just gonna remove this excess up here as well. So I just can make sure that it's just within. Okay. I'm navigating. Okay. Okay. Just gonna copy paste this and then the compound clip, create. Navigating my head. And track. And then we're just gonna put these here. We're gonna turn these off. So I don't want to lose the, I guess, the integrity of that content. I just kind of want to have, I guess, like a replacement for it. Oops. Okay, and then if we did a circles right here. Oh, wait, this one's off. Okay. Um. Hmm. Part of my thing disappeared. Oops. Maybe I didn't copy that one by accident. Yeah, this could stay here, and then so yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I fixate on Fogar. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Let's unlink these. And then create new compound clip. Create. And then let's get okay, let's do it like this. And then can we do this? Interesting. I didn't like doing it that way anyway. If I put this up here. To be like there. Okay, so okay. So I think that this is something I had to bring this in a little bit. New compound clip, create. And then I need to do the circles here and here. That's not bad. So making sure circles, we're gonna make that an orange marker. I think that works. Circle should be about that big. And this is the marker at 15 to show the end of the video. And I think that's... bad, not bad, not bad. I run for many miles, I search to find that friend who can love me and never leave my side. Browse. Version 2. Oh, gotta go back to the council. Exchanging that with more. Point. Exchange. And council members. Okay. Video editing, fee stars, Unicam. Video 1 longer. And video 2 shorter. Should be. I found her. Wait, I found a star photo. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I feel like I'd stab myself with it, though, to be honest. I think I'd stab myself with it. That's really cute, though. I might get that one. That's really cute. Okay, I need to copy. Oh, I rendered that wrong. Oops. Let me redo that. The star side is what sticks to the phone. Oh! I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against it if that's the case. Okie dokie, let's go to edit. That's 15 seconds. This one's at 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. This is not 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be at 3 seconds. Yeah. Hi, Gar! Welcome on in. How are you doing? This one. This one. And then this one. And then I'm just gonna mark these at all the necessary spots. So that way I can just know. I think that's everything that needs to go into the template. There's a link to the... Oh, this is Dior! Pookie, this is Dior! Holy shit, this is Dior! This is like... This is fancy. Do you trust this website? Do you trust Mercury? I've never bought something on Mercury. It scares me. I think I need to flip my blankie around. I bought Maple Story plushies there before. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know which side of this blanket is meant to be warm because it is not warming all that about job. Is it plugged in all the way? I think so. My blanket's on 4 and it's not that warm, and I don't know if I fucked up the blanket or not. I'm scared. Shipping from Florida. I might get it. Myself up to starting the day and getting to work. I believe in you. We can work together. Oh my god, that is curse. What is curse? I'm scared. I'm scared. Send it to me. I'm scared. Send it to me. I hope this came. It did come with it. Herbadoop. You hear Badoop in the fridge? Oh god, that is long leg Kirby. Long leg corpy. Hi, Buttercup. How are you? This is for the clip, so that's fine. We can do red. And that's where the video starts. And then the video should end here. Oops. Make a sound. I think I should link that. There you go. Remind me one of the songs. Reminded me of that one song, Every Day is Leg Day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh, fair. I was like, leg song, and then it clicked. It clicked in my mind. Guys, what do I do if I don't want to test both of the video variants? Daedalus said to test both. I don't wanna. maincoow grumpy. Oh wait, where's that sticker? I have a sticker. I'm lazy. Actually, let me ask Nikki too. Let me ask Nikki. Nikki, I have a question for you. Our videos typically land around 30 to 40 seconds. Though I recognize most of my TikTok viewers are 10 seconds. TikTok completion is 10 seconds. Made my videos like 15 to 20 seconds instead. Is that better? Question mark. Then post a short and see how much watch time looks. You already have a lot of long ones. This is the nod. Where's my nod emote? There you go. We'll stay the 30 to 40 length. Oh, wait, what's that one TikToker? Oh, I just thought of something. Game review. It's not a game review exactly, but like, is it like upcoming games? Upcoming co-op games. What's his name? I can't forget. I keep forgetting what his name is. Madmorph. How long are Madmorph's videos? 21 seconds, 16 seconds, 1 minute 21. This one's a clip, it looks like. 51, 1 minute, 24 seconds, 1 minute 49. Oh, damn. He must have good ass watch time. He has like minute long videos. I do want to look at my analytics real quick. Can we look at comments? They changed the thing last year. Let's look at the last year content. Total viewers. I want to know completion rate. I guess that is video by video then. Completion average watch time. It's 9 seconds. Posts. 10 seconds. 13 seconds. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. 9.5 seconds. 9.6. 7. 6. 5. Okay. I think then my idea is a good idea. Said, I think the towel has horns, well, so do I. And track. It's like, this is where the... Yeah. So this is where we put the yellow one. Yeah, there you go. I feel like I have too many things in here. This one, snap captions. Hi, Pocky. How are you? Welcome on in. Okay, I think that's pretty good of an adjustment. Oh, I did do that for V highlight. And Vibe and Shine. Okay. It's not the worst. Alt X. I've just set up. Oh, exciting. Hope that's exciting for you. I think this could get cut. And then let me find 15 seconds. Like an eternity. Yes. Where is 15 seconds? There you are. Why? Give me 15. There we go. Oops. Right, there you go. Now, it's been laying in my room for 2 days because I had to finish the project. Now I have time to switch. Nice. I'm proud of you. Good job. The empty tracks. Hello. Hello, Rich. I know I said hi to you earlier. I just gonna autopilot it. I'm gonna be honest. I think could get away with there. He. I'll make sure that goes on there correctly. Yep. And this one, it's a start. Why is this being funny? Make sure to come out when they're live. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm just modifying my TikToks a little bit because I want to make them shorter. I think this should go here. Like my computer is lagging. Okay, and then okay, and then these ones, and then these ones. Eep. There you go. And then let's listen to the beginning of this. I wonder why it's lagging so much. Preferences. I wonder why it's like this. Because my brain doesn't understand. Can I show? Collapse all. How do I show? Oh, there we go. Okay. Maybe it's you. Is it you? Are you the problem? I don't know why the playback is kind of being bub, but maybe that's why. If I cut that there. Narration. I think I'll keep it. Let's keep it the way it is. Yeah, this one's a little bit longer. I think that's okay. Bring this back in. That's annoying. Show you my. And then these guys come in here. This gets cut. Then I'll cut this down and this down. And this one doesn't need a transition, so this one will be okay. I just need to redo this guy to come down here. And then deliver. Browse. Video editing. Highlight Fox. Do version 2. And I need to re-record. Still pretty sure, but I might do that after I finish editing these videos. Ooh, I forgot to do this one. Oh, I didn't turn these all on. Whoops. But now to be the two, please invite me with your name. Nom. Okay. Ooh. To my senses. Move some stuff around on my desk. Actually, I'm curious how I used to do them before. Gotta go back. I want to go all the way back. I'm just curious. Okay, so I did like a 20-second video there. That's 30. What about heroics? It's like 20. Okay, so I kept growing them, but I think it's time to reduce them down. I was gonna clean my room. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Good job. I hope it wasn't too much work. It's clean now. Fuck yeah. We love a clean room. Very clean. Oh, fuck yeah. That's awesome. I'm very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. This one, okay, so this one only needs this to be scooted over to 15 seconds. Not this one. Let me scoot these over. I don't need to do it like this, though. I can just keep this like this and then replace the clips that I have. That'd be more efficient. Save. Okay, so that's that one. I need to make a list. Make a list. Make a list of what I gotta do today, or else my brain's not gonna remember. Redo puppy item video make Actually, what video did Saba post? Ooh, the Eerie Desert one. Eepy. Okay. Tape the list to your forehead so you never forget. But then how am I supposed to read it? It'll be on the other side. Okay. Yeah, okay, so hold on, let me redo this list. redo enshrined. We got to redo puppy vid, redo. Oh, I want to do one more. I don't know if it's Landfall Games. Is it Landfall Games? Ride with me to eternity, child. I want to see how long their videos are. 20 a minute, 30, 20 some a minute. Phone as mirror? I like it. Fair. Or I hear me out. I tape it to my monitor. Oh, my back. Oh, there we go. Oh, aggro crab. That's the one. That's the one I want to look at. 142. A minute. Okay. So peak aggro crab is for game update is around 1 minute. Other around 15 seconds or less. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, the more I'm piecing together how you can write it backwards, so you have to hold it up to the light to see it like an ancient prophecy. True. I kind of want my hair up. I put my hair into pigtails. Now I kind of just want to put my hair up into a ponytail. Alright, what did Nikki say? Let's see what Nikki said. Do some of the graph with the 6 boxes above it. Let's do this one. Do this one. The one on the left, but also with the 6 boxes above it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god. Okay, maybe Nikki might tell us not to do this. Oh, my neck hurts. My neck wants to pop, but it doesn't want to pop. A handful of vids. The watch time is roughly like 10 seconds. What's this? What does this button do? What's monetization mean? Rewards analytics. Post words to start getting rewarded. What does this mean? Ow, my neck. Create a video that are 1 minute or longer to... Oh! Interesting. I don't really want to make 1 minute long videos, if I'm honest. I'm not really a 1 minute long kind of person. I have a short attention span, and that's kind of where my shortcomings are. So I have attention of a goldfish. Let me put the cursor on 3 seconds. What percent does it say? $58 58% at 3 seconds. And this one is 44 seconds. This one might not be accurate, though. This one was posted yesterday. Yeah, I need to go 3 days back for videos, I realize. So I guess we could do V-stars of last week. 3 seconds, 61. Yeah, it's about the same as the one I just sent him. Stronger. Okay, stronger hook. Stronger hooks. And using your best hook. $70% retention rate. How do I solve that? How do I say to make things 20 to 25 seconds? See how 20% or more. Thoughts on D&D games like Baldur's Gate and the like? I like Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't played a lot of D&D games, to be honest. I heard the MMORPG of Faerun, that one's pretty good. I think that makes sense. Better would I know which best hook. Okay, so instead we're going to do 20 to 25 seconds. And then also do stronger hooks. Okay. Do my Do You Know videos have good hooks to them? So we want that to be higher then? Okay. What if I look at Did You Know? I know the initials. Actually, let's look at the Cravings video. That one was a good one. Where's the Crave? I mean, this one was pretty good, I think. I watched time when this one was 13. I want to change my picture here. Sorry, I just uh, 22, 25. So this is as long as they can be. Which is fine. Just take these out again. Yeah. Yep. Brain makes sense. Okay. Save. And then we're gonna go to the V stars template, which is a little bit harder, but this one still makes sense to me. Oops. How do I do that? Oh, I see. There. When you me. I just mainly go through the recent ones, so I'll have all my playlists. How? Way to oh, brain, my poor little brain. I kind of want to re-record the videos for this week. It sets me back like 2 days, but maybe I'll just do them for next week. I think I'll just do that for next week because it'd be an unfortunate thing to check. What about this video? This video did pretty good, I feel like. Oh, goodness. I guess I could take the intro out. Or Elaine has an idea. I could okay, wait, no, I have an idea. Hold on. I don't know what's going on, but there we go. Elaine's brain is thinking. I'm going to move. So 1, 2. Okay, no. For a second. 1, 2, 3. Here. That's where the video. That's the intro of the video, and then these come here. You know me inside. Okay, so this one. So like if I did it for this one, it would be me saying, I know what your couch would taste like. And then it would go, did you know? You do too. What do I mean by that? I think that would actually work. I think that might actually work. How long is this intro? 1, 2. That's not even, it's not even a full second. What if I speeded it up? What if I just speeded it up like a little bit? Speed change to 110. Wait, link clips. Change speed to 110. Okay, wait, what about 150? Is that too much? Yes, that's too much. Okay, that's fine. I also need to redo this intro with my new outfit. So. Okay, so now you... actually, I want to change the color of this one to be pink. And then this is where the video ends, so we do a red marker there. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then here Actually, let me just take a video and do this from the same project as. Actually. Yeah, actually, let me just file save project as. Actually, let me just. I'm being stupid. Days. And then go to this one. Save as. Make that one 33. And that way it goes. This one. This one comes here. And this one. Is that jarring? Hi, Rusty! Oh, come on, Jan! I kind of want to redo that intro. And then maybe let's see how this feels. This one? Ghost playlist? Ghost playlist? Ghost playlist? What's happening? Huh? Try new things. You're right. New things. Get more effective. Can't spell. All right, let me see what's wrong with the OBS stuff. Yeah, I want your things in my room. I miss you all the time. I want myself on the internet. Just things in my room. I wish you all the time. Looks so easy. Oh wait. Will you put 5 stars in my pocket? Because I can. Request timeout. Do not want my stars? Go on. Oops. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that, Taylor. Oh, that scared me. I'm gonna say what's on my mind. Red, red, red. No! Fair. It's rigged. I don't know what to delete. Listen, I'm listening. Look at this. I won 50 euros. Well, that's where all your luck went. maximize silence. At roulette? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's no. That's where all your luck went. I don't know why you're bugging and you're being like, Elaine rigged this. I didn't rig it. All your luck went to that one, not this one. You won real money. Ya boob. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. I think I could end it off on that. Look, I'm looking. I'm looking. What do you want? How to bet? I think you do. Make sure you have enough money, and then I think you did it right. Listen. I'm sorry. Oh no, stop. Here, wait. Here, let me go. Hold on. Here. Hold on, I got this. Hold on. There. There. There's so many stars on the screen. You guys have got to get some. Oh my god, that is spamming the chat. My bad. I didn't mean for it to spam it like this. How did you guys not get any? Oh my god. Star, how did you not get any? Star, where are you? Hold on, I gotta put you in a box. Hold on. Where are you, Sheppy? You're purple. Not Sheppy, Star. You in the box now? You're in the box now. Alright, take some of the stars. I can't give you stars if you don't accept them. Just take the star. Star, just accept the star. Star, don't fall. No, Star, don't fall. How to accept stars? You just gotta jump. Your bean just has to walk into them. That's literally it. There you go. There you go. Alright, one more. Get one more, because I didn't know you were so poor. I'm surprised you're this poor. Maybe I should up the amount. I just bring this. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I could just bring you to it. Cool. Okay, there you go. Now you have money. Look, I'm winning. See, it's not. What do you mean you have 0? Is it not? Does it not update? Stream. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to the other computer. Oh, that's not the one. Hang on. It says keep it up. Try harder, maybe. I'm sorry. I didn't think you would have 0. Avatars not updating currency. Oh, restart Christmas. Oh, okay. I'm gonna turn stream avatars off for a second, and I'm gonna change a thing with it. Okay. Look, I won 2 times. You did. I'm still 6. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. You boob. Stop it. You boob. I'm fixing it. Just wait. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, stop. Confirm. Manage property. I'm so hungry. How do I launch this as admin? The house doesn't want us to win. You are being a little baby goober. Little baby goober you are. Manage. Browse local files. Keeping all the stars. I gave you a bunch of stars. What are you talking about? Where is it? Run this program. Apply. Okay. I'll make a little hotkey for it real quick. Hold on. I'm outside the gambling house looking scruff, shaking it. No! Stop! Please, you're not that poor, I promise! Let me do this on the other one. And then... I should have this as like an emergency. I'm like, I don't really want to. Actually, no, let me do this on the big one. Go back. So, Sammy. Oh, I think this should stay there. This should be here. This should be here. This one doesn't matter anymore. Delete. I like these ones being here. This one doesn't really do anything. OBS Studio. Scene. Actually, no. Actually, begin starting soon. Paste. And then this one will be BRB. Paste. This one will be hub. Yeah, I'm making pancakes for dinner, y'all. Paste. And this one will be collab. And this one will be walk amongst the wilds. And then I need one more to open a program, which I'll put here. Actually, no, I'll put that right here. System open. Also, you on the home TV, so I think my parents have been using. Okay, I'll do my best to say nothing bad. You know, I hope y'all are having a wonderful day. Smiles quietly. Okay, that should do the thing I want it to now. Yep. There. Now, hopefully, the stars will be updated. If it's not my fault at this point, you know? I did my best. And I don't understand how the program works. So... Oh, something's happening on the other computer. No, I don't know what's happening. Yes, okay. The program isn't even... The program is barely open yet. Listen, it's like frozen. Hold on. Like, wait. Give it a second. Give it a second. It crashed. Guys, it crashed. You crashed the program. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe I crashed the program. Wait, why isn't it opening it twice? Close. Hold on. I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat habgo food. Hold on. Close. Go away. Okay, hold on. Click. Yes. Shouldn't ask it again. Letting check the fridge. Okay. Hold on. Let's go over here. What's happening? Hi. George, please, is this how you feel? You guys are not that poor. This is how Star feels because she has 0 stars. She's begging, penniless. You're not helping. You're not helping. I'm hungry. For stream avatars to work. I know, I made it run on admin. I was really mad at me. Yeah. You know what, Chad? This is your fault. Because of your greed, it broke. She's warm. I put it up to 3 for her. Oh shit, it's like constantly up. I don't know what's happening right now. I've never had a program work less because I ran it in admin mode. Okay. Okay, is it because of the button I made for it? Okay, let's try open instead. Oh, man. Paste? Oh, yes, it's still there. It's Trojan? What do you mean it's Trojan? Don't say that. Did I break stream avatar? I like broke everything. Look at this. Nothing's responded. Hold on. I'm just gonna, just in case, because I want to. Pre-made? Nope. Resources? Nope. Okay. No. Okay. Disconnect. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't do anything yet. Check extension, save and reload. Open folder. Data. Compressed to zip file. I'm just gonna put this in stream. I'm gonna close that really quick. And then I'm going to show more properties. Let's just see if it runs as admin at all. Because if it doesn't, then I don't really know why it wouldn't, but I guess that's just how it is for this program. Yeah, I guess it just really doesn't want to. Okay, wait, is it because. Wait, I'm confused. So, did it work as admin? Just broken for a little bit longer? Maybe check tagline to see if it's running another instance of the process already. Ooh, good point. Stream avatars. There's one there. Okay, that's weird. So it like crashed and then reopened. Let me see if there's any other instances of it open. No. Stream deck. Yep. Doesn't look like it. Maybe it was just angry because. Okay, I'm just gonna try to open it one more time and see if it still does that, because that's very interesting to me. Okay, so run as admin. Yep. So it's a white screen. And then if the last test was right, it'll crash and then reopen correctly. It's now not responding. Pop, pop music. And then it crashes. And then it reopens. Which, I don't know if that means it's still in admin mode or not. It's not my fault. You only have 6 stars. Better. Okay, wait. Now it's just doing that in general. Weird. Is this only happening because I'm gonna bet my... Don't! Don't. If you lose it, it's not my fault. Okay, hold on. I want to see if it's because I'm not launching it through Steam. It does bug less when I launch it through Steam. Which is mildly annoying. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Star. I don't know. I wish it just fell again. I'm sorry, Star. I don't know why it says that you're poor. Rob's pocket. Try the stars one more time for me, Star, and I just want to see if it's still... Wait, what? I can't even bet anymore? Is it because you're broke? No, see, you're fine. I was lying. Alright. This makes me curious about one other thing, because if it's very interesting that it's buggy that way. So I'm wondering two things. I will check it on the other computer because the thing is put on the other computer. I don't want to deal with it right now. Close window. Okay. Just curious if I can launch things. See, now you have 12. You're okay. Okay. I have 1,430. Wait, where? In the little UI thing? Okay. Okay, I will look into it. Currency issue. Okay, then hold on, wait. Again. Huh. I think that's why I have to reauthorize it. You're back. Go on, bend your knees. Imagine. Hold on. Okay. So I have 3,600 something. That's 70. Is there different? Avatars, currency not matching, chatbot. Are you supposed to do currency? No, it's stars. Woo! I'm so excited for you, Star. I wonder if this is... Well, I'm so confused. Hi, Miss Positive. How are you? Welcome back. Is this different? Confirmation, magic 8-ball quotes. I was amazing. I was good news. Tell me. I want to know. Wait, is it the wrong one? He's really well to check. I'm kidding. Let's go! Oh my god. You're gonna have to show me how you customize it, Miss Positive. I love seeing how people customize their stuff. Currency? Am I spelling currency wrong? I'm so confused. For now, until it's done, I'm a PNG. Fair? That's so exciting, though. I hope you love it. Subscribe, raid. Okay, no, this is all good. I'm so confused. Sneak peek. I'm obsessed. Fair. That's so fair. I hope that it's awesome. I hope that it makes you uber duper happy. Ooh, okay. I'm so confused. Okay, so the currency command is exclamation point currency. I don't actually know what exclamation point stars is. I'm so confused. I know I'm doing my... Ooh! Exciting! I will be there. I will do my best to be there. I'll be do my best. Post how much currency you have into the chat room. Example, currency. Currency. Currency remove. Good luck. Yes, good luck! It should be just exclamation point. How did I change it? Does it not say it? Oh, dude, hold on. Did I do the thing where I made it so it wouldn't say it? Command list. Wait, okay, let's do... Can we do commands? I can't spell currency. I can't... Mother, I crave violence. Hello, chaotic. Do the violence, as I always tell you to do. Oh, there's sounds. Cool. Wait, I'm confused, though. Social DV. Says I'm good, but... How are you today, my love? I'm good. I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. And anything you ask, ooh. Yeah, has become a milk bean of the milk club. Enable donation minute. Everybody gets something love. I guess you doubled the bag. I guess you have it now. Patreon login, Patreon extras, extension link. Yeah, that all makes sense. Bot commands, custom commands, search commands. Why doesn't it do the thing? Common words, currency. Is currency enabled. Input required. Any anyone, status requirements, add and remove privileges. Set all modes. Allowed? So currents. Stream of the commands. Selection command, shout out command, mini games. Okay, stream avatars commands not working. Sometimes Windows hag settings. Also know that it's total secret. Flurry responding screen. Ping them on the screams internally. Your account stream avatars to get the token over it. It's not working, but the commands work. Undefined. Keep in mind that the commands change depending on your language. If you're having problems running the command on Twitch, it could be a port issue with connecting to Twitch chat. And when you use your stream avatars, push Alt-C, then type. Okay. Wait. So what are we doing? In the menus for stream avatars. Okay. Then try port 6667. Press enter and then Alt-C again. And then let's try that again. Okay. Port 6680. What? Try to connect and run a command. Do I have to... Oh, wait. I have to connect? Is that why it's not working? Imagine it's because I'm not connected. Oh, that would make a lot of sense. That didn't work. Okay, let's see. Port 6... What was it? 6667. 67. Enter. Does it say save? Press Alt-C to close again. If this doesn't work, then try the command. And then connect. If you disabled the commands, just so people know, majority of the support is done on Discord because there's an auto response to help with questions like this. Okay. Thank you for the song request. Need the song, don't ask why. No, that's fair. It worked! I fixed it. Wait, what's exclamation point stars? I don't know what my commands do anymore. I have too many commands. What is stars? Isn't that the check-ins? Oh no, I don't know what it does. Bet 100 red, let's go. Big money, goober. Stars show how many stars you have? I'm calling them bean bucks. Hold on, I gotta wait till this roulette is over. No, so the stars, the gold stars are the check-in stars. Currency are the stars that you get from this, from stream avatars. So there's a difference in... Oh, shit. Wait, I should make that exclamation point check-in then. Too many stars. Yeah, I just love stars so much. Let me star check. This is check in number. Twitch user, you've visited the Milk Club. So we need to check in to get stars? No, they're separate. You checked into the Milk Club. Keep it up. Okay, save. And then now it should say... Yeah. You visited the Milk Club. Welcome back. You now have 7 stars. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, I might change one thing though. Oh god. Welcome to the Milk Club. Wait, can I test this one? Okay, you gained your first gold star. That one's fine. And then you now have that. You've gained your first. Welcome to the Milk Club. Yeah, no, I want those to be gold stars. And then I'll make the other one. Yeah, okay, never mind. Hold on, I'm going back. We're going back. I gotta scroll up now. Maincoow cheer. Okay. And then I just want to change this. Welcome to your first star. Welcome back. Maincoow Smin. And then if I check it, it should do that. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Everything's making so much fucking more sense. Also, I'm disconnecting to this no more gambling for a second. Because now I want to change the commands. So that way the currency is fixed. Currency, okay. Command bean bucks. Enabled any requests. You have what? Response? Wait, what? We have currency. It says the currency is gold, but I want the currency to not be gold. Is that a shop thing? Ah, here we go. Bean bucks. Bean bucks. Stream avatars. Show on extension. Command stream. Now unlocked. Save. Hi, Kiwi! Alright, now if I connect it and I do bean bucks. Hats are all locked and missing the holiday ones. Fuck! Fuck. Alright, hold on, star. I will gift you all the Christmas ones. It says you have the Christmas ones. Maybe refresh? Maybe refresh? Wait, I don't know. Wait, hold on, let me check. This one, I'm the owner though. I can't check. You flew up. Oh no, are you okay? Yeah, I had to refresh. Okay, thank God. Okay. Is everybody wearing? Not everybody's wearing New Year's hats though. I guess not. I guess people who aren't wearing New Year's hats were the people that weren't here. I guess. Were they? Were they on fresh sheets? Can you change what the stars look like in stream avatars? Transitions. I drank too much water and made my tummy upset. Don't get water poisoning, bro. That's actually serious. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, so I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. And I'm gonna do a thing. But I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I need to fix something on the BRB screen, but you can't hear me while I'm on the BRB screen because safety precautions. So I'll be right back. Okay, I think... Hold on, I gotta do one more thing with this. I also gotta change that on my Twitch. I guess you're making me nervous. Bambi Swing. Ooh. Collab. I don't use that one anymore. I don't use this anymore. Define daily word, what word, song request. Model credit, sub charm. I'm removing this one. Because that would be a secret thing. Lurk, burp. Bing bong. Hug. BB set. Okay. Whoops. See how many times you've visited Beanbox. See how much money you've earned. Submit. It's gonna be such a long list. Also, I put my cardigan over my sweater, which is on top of like a summer dress, and I feel so much warmer now. I feel better. Okay. I'm gonna change a thing in this. Ripe pumpkin ice cream. Take off your blue jeans. I think at the movies. It's window settings. I want 1920 by 1080. And then chat avatars comes. Save. I don't want to get baby. Okay, there we go. Minded if you gave me just a little bit. Milk Club outdoor edit. Okay. Okay, I think we're good then. It's just bugging me that like when you guys when we're on the BRB screen, it just gets clipped. And that's gonna bug the shit out of me too. Hold on. Won't you know what my love's gonna feel like? Feel right, you can feel like. I think that's good. How is that not good? Well, I guess you can't see it. No? Wait, I can see it. Yeah, it's like behind me. But you guys can't keep coming behind me, man. Go over here. Hold on. What are you guys doing? Go over here. Sorry to fling you guys. I need you guys to be on this side. Okay. No! 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 I'm the problem! Oh my gas in the red. Don't need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. I just didn't like that you guys were like huddling behind. I can make a slide! Do you guys want a slide? I can make a little slide. I will make you a slide 1 second. Okay, you guys are like in my way though. I think I can make a slide for you guys. I need you guys to move. Spawn zones. Sorry, Kiwi, I might have put you through the floor. My bad. Collision, and then this one, and then this one. I feel like I'm doing this one. You're not in the way. You are a little bit. We are the way. Do you know the way? Okay, so this is the highest it has to be. Oh, I can just do it on top of you guys. I didn't know that. This is where the cassette is, and I kind of don't want you guys to be behind the cassette. Beside you and consume you. Try to do like a 3. And then let's go. And spawn zone. Boop. It's funny. I can see you guys knocking each other over. It's very funny. How about you're not being abused. You're okay. You're okay. Don't. So why are you exploding? Don't explode. Ladders. There you go. And then let's make a slide. I can see Pocky's little character just like coming around. It's funny. Okay, wait. I want you guys to be able to walk behind my chair. I think that'd be fun. That was a cute little jump. Okay, so here. And then here. And then we'll make a little slide so you can like slide down. And obviously we'll make it accessible. All right, and then now I thought this works. It should? Yeah, I fart. Wait. Slide has to be here. Oh, is it pixels from falling? Okay. You do. I don't know if this like will work as a slide, but I kind of hope it does. Okay, now I gotta get the stuck babies out. This is like game design, you guys. It's great. This isn't really a slide though. I think it's because people are exploding. There is, so in the chat, there's this, and then you don't have to do like commands. You can just click these things, and then you can just like you just do it like that, and you don't have to type in chat. How my arm itches. How do I make a slide? Is there a way to do like a slide? Scriptable one-way ladder zones. Spawn zone one-way teleport. I just realized a stream avatar's learning game would be really cool. Lemmings? Lemmings game? Yeah, probably. I think, maybe. Scriptable? Okay. I need to ask Sim to help me with this really quick. Whenever he's off of work. Words at Sim. I need you to make a script for... How does this work? For stream avatars. I think you just do exclamation point. I think it's exclamation point bomb. Yeah. But I don't know if everyone could use it. I think it's a bomb. Yep, it worked. To make it so when a character steps on it, accelerate. I'm trying to make a slide. Okay. So it would be like this. I don't know what language this uses. Might make this wider. No, I think that's okay. Wait, no, let's no, yeah. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to click that. My bad. Oops. Now, how do I script those ones? How do you script the scriptable box, though? Scriptable. Either way, I'm putting that in my notes to experiment with. You do that. Yes, you do that. I think that would be awesome. Because I think more people could get more use out of stream avatars than they do. Instead of just having it be a cluttered thing at the bottom of the screen. And a kebab. Ooh. I want it so... Scriptable block triggers. This is too hard for me. I just want to make a slide. Let's see what code I can tell you which language it is. Yes, please. I think it's Lua? I don't know if that's just a file type or if that's a... This is Lua. Okay, cool. I just want them to be able to slide. Or are you guys stuck? I think you guys are stuck. Slide, exclamation point slide. Okay, you guys are kind of in my way. Dance in the light. Why is it on this one? And then I need... Maybe if I make it less steep? Be better? Yeah, maybe if I make it less steep. This has to be every other one. Yeah. This is hard. Hi, Shams! Hi, how are you? I feel like this is too long. This is too, like, wide. You know? I think for now, maybe I'll just put, like, a ladder or something. Oh, that's spawn zones. Oops. Ladders. And then collision. There you go. And I'll just clean this up a little bit. Oh. What was a language I have a ton of experience with? I like helping people with stuff like this. If you, Gord, listen to me. If you want to make me a slide, Wait, how much? How much for you to make me a slide? Because I feel bad if I'm just like, just make me one, you know? How much would it be for you to make me one? Right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking, strong enough to thinking. Oh, no, I don't need you, but I miss you, come here. Kind of like that. Like if we go back to the ladders. You have a little better, a softer landing. Yeah. The most slip away now. Make it harder than most. Cause right on the way to it all. It's like this one, and then it's a flat piece. I think I did 2 flat pieces. 2. And then I did an up piece. I never charge for something this size or anything. You always throw a nice art at me. Bet. Bet. You consider it a trade if you want? Yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that if you'd like to do it like that. I'm always down for trade. If someone says trade, art trade, I'm like, bet. Thanks to Minnie and Charlie, I'm more confident about doing things like that. I think I did this wrong. It's okay. This side can be like longer. There. Kind of want these to be a different color. I think the orange would be better. Why is it not changing? There we go. I've customized my bean. Let's go. Oh. Oh. Okay, I see. Oops. Oops. Okay. I want to add spawn zones here. The thinking. How do I get currency for Gamma? You have how to get the currency for Gamma is the currency. So the bean bucks, these, the currency that you use for like getting accessories in the store, it's the same. Thank you for the lurk. Hola. Hi, Swalla. Welcome back. Hi. Hope you're having a good day. I gotta remove things off of my thing. Okay, this is all set up good now. So it's the same for bet. So it's the same for bet. Yeah. So everything, all the currency that has to do with your little beans are bean bucks. I just saw Rhino fall off. I'm seeing people fall off. It's making me sad. I've done nothing today, and it's 1 a.m., which means I need to lock in. Listen, Swallow, you can't be doing stuff all the time. If you were working all the time, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Alright, I gotta get back to video editing now. Wrong button. But it's okay. It's okay to have days where you're not doing stuff. Wow, you guys are really crowding around the chair right now, huh? Also, I don't like that you're floating. I gotta go back. It's fine. I can just change my mouse back. Who's falling off? Certainly not Elaine. You flatter me. Hold on. I want to fix how this sits. Hold on. You're like, why are you floating right there? If I took off this ladder, would that fix it? You guys kind of suck at going up ladders. I think you guys kind of suck at going up ladders. Is what I'm learning. Yeah. There you go. You guys know that there's ladders. I keep watching you guys just fall. Okay. I mean, you guys do you. Milk beans are made out of 2 things, milk and souls. And that's about it. How smart you are is transferred into the soul. So you don't actually have a brain or any vital organs that'll kill you. So, it's fine with me, I guess. Violent pornography, choking chicks inside of me. There's on your TV. What was I working on? Oh, did you know? I think I'm gonna take this part out. So it would be... Boop. Okay, I think I might re-record the did you know thing. Okay, that means I have to go back to the main computer and I need to re-record me getting hit in the head. And I need to export a project because I don't know where that is anymore. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted to close. No! No! I like seeing all the little babies around me. This is nice. I actually quite like this. Good change, chat. Good change. Whoa, I'm kind of him. Whoa, you kind of are. I hope that you can continue this streak and that you can hang out with us a lot. I appreciate it. I like seeing all these familiar faces. Gotta wait for DaVinci, cause I haven't used DaVinci on this computer in a while. Uptouch too. Let me see this. I'm sure that everything in here is disconnected now, so I'm not that upset about it. Just waiting for it to load. And then I need to reopen OBS. Yeah. I'm remembering. My brain is remembering. Yeah, I just need the new intro, right? Did you know? Yeah, and then I have to reconnect virtual piano. We don't need this one. We need the virtual piano. Clip options, relink. It would be video editing resources, audio, sound effects. Yeah, you know I love to get high on my low, act around and lose control. Piano. Where did I put this? No. Oops. Audio. I don't know. Here. And I'll go all night. Where did I download that from? Piano? You know I love to get. Oh shit! Elaine just remembered something. Oh, I just remembered something. Ooh, fuck. A B C D E F G. No way, Elaine. I know that's what I'm saying. Shit. Might have threw it away. I don't know. Let me check. Because I just remembered how I did that. No, yeah, you know. I don't think I made an account. You know, I love to get my love. Restore. Video segments. Did you know background music goes on? Yeah, no, that makes sense. How do I want to do this? Who got the silence in my name? Where was that? I just saw something that might. Focus on. Ooh, you know what? I think I know where it is. It might be in here. New intro. Yep, here it is. So I need this one. Editing resources. You know, intro. Right there. The virtual piano. This one. We're just gonna copy these, paste these. And then we're going to clip operations, relink this guy with the guy that is in here. Resources. There we go. And then clip operations, relink selected clips. Okay, let's see how that looks. Why is it muted? It's not making any sounds. Okay. What happened? I found where this file that I need is. Export project. Z. Save. Close. And then we're gonna go to the other computer. And hopefully I can hear stuff in that one. It's kind of weird that I can't hear anything. But like, what it is, I guess. Export project. This one. Okay. Um, okay, I thought it was crazy when I heard a roulette ball. Yeah, you could do actually my sleeper agent. Yeah, you can do Gamba. You can do Gamba. Close. Okay. So I will not partake. What is that? What does that word mean? What does that word mean, Swallow? But that's fair. Delete track. This is lagging. I don't know what these words mean. It's forbidden in my religion. Oh, fair. That's okay. You don't have to participate. It's not a requirement here. Just something fun to keep people entertained. Okay. Okay, cool. I have figured it out. Not Muslim, but like 50% of my friends are. That's fair. This is a greeting, maincoow, and my reply is oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I felt like that was the case. I didn't want to assume though. Cause you know what assuming does? It makes an ass out of you and me. Also, it's gonna bug me if this isn't centered, I think. I like that more actually. Okay. So now that's okay. I like ass fair. I'm gonna go for a walk to forget my memory, and then it's time to start writing my audio stories. I'm excited. Okay, so it's did Okay. Hi, Orwell. Okay. This is not haram. What? I don't believe you. Okay. Now we're here. We go recording studio. We go to recording studio. And reset. And then I clicked the wrong button. Oop. And then I go to recording. Okay. And then you. I'm not even in the right outfit. Oh my god. Fit this one. And then I have to take my ahoge off. Okay, and then okay, I think that's good. I need you to close. I need other obis to close. Hello, Dog Sweaters Monthly. Love the name. Hope we're doing well. If you've seen any dogs and sweaters recently, you should tell me about them, because I love puppies. This one, and task. Oh, my own ID card. Videos. Do the dogs have sweaters? The dogs should have sweaters because it's cold outside. You can see. Bring this back up. When it's cold, exactly. Exactly. Alrighty. Track. Video editing, resources. Okay, that's weird that does that, but that's okay. Actually, no, you need to go in the do you know intro, and then this can go here. In the summer, I become dog bikinis monthly. Do you actually? That's fucking amazing. Okay, so. Okay, so I'm like. This one. Position's a little bit off. Okay, bad. Starting this month, maybe. Fair. That's fair. Maybe I should have kept the login. there. Hi, Daedalus. Welcome on in. How you doing? Hey, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. It's Bean Bucks. It's an exclamation point B Bucks. Bean Bucks. Yeah, I do like this one. Bean Bucks. There you go. A little bit of everything and getting scheduled for. Ah, fair. Did you? Ooh, I don't know like how I did this. Hey, Mo, more gambling? Yeah. Chat wants to gamble, chat can gamble. Okay, I think that's not the worst. Alright, let me see how it looks. What are bean bucks for? They're for decorating your beans and gambling. I think these are cross dissolves. I can't tell. No, they're smooth cuts. Where is smooth cut? Smooth cut. There we go. This one. What do they taste like? Paper? Paper? Track. But red, what the hell? You have to wait. I think it's because you're not, like, waiting long enough. Huh, didn't register. Yeah, there's, like, you have to wait until, like, you can bet once, and then you gotta wait, and then it gotta go through, and then you gotta do it again. Not, like, actually put it away, you goob. I think that's not bad. I will figure that out, though. I did change this a bit, though. At the point of biggest impact. Right? Yeah, so this has got to come here. Yeah, I think I like that. The background just feels a bit off-center. Cool. 52? Okay, hold on, let me write that down. 52. Okay. Render cute. Okay, browse. Downloads. We're just gonna call this DYK intro 2026. It's 23. Yikes. All right, let's put this over here. And then let's go to did you know resources downloads? There we go. We up like solvents. Chain speed 110. Felt like Prada, devil in the details. Run harder, even just to exhale. Maybe change this back to 100? Wait. Let's check down. Well, this is so hard to do. What the fuck? Thing is well. Good in the garden. Let's change this back to 100. Time. And then I'm gonna change this to me. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me. Star can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. And over it all. Too young to retaliate like before. Give me more money, you goober. People can give you money. You can give each other money. It's like exclamation point give. Kinda don't like that one. Oh, sick bean. Ew. The beans are blind box beans. Okay, what about that? Would I give you what you gave for? I don't see the thing happening. I do like circles a lot. Oh, part and the horny. It's fair. Maybe instead, let's do it like this. And then, wait. So then I can keep the meta joke that I had before. we can go back here. The holy water's going down. And then this can go here. Today. Oh my love. Okay, how's this? How do I give bean books? Stream avatars. It should be. Where is it? Currency. Where's the currency ones? ABC, mod sounds, currency commands. There is no bank. We don't have banks here. So it would be. Wait. User amount. Currency give user amount. It would be currency give.
No, this is Patrick.
Hello, Erdom. Goddard. I don't know if there's a confirmation message, but that should be how it works. Hi, how are you? One. Oh, I did it wrong. That's why. I did it wrong. Bean buck. Is it bean bucks? Yeah. There you go. Wife check DM. Okay. Hold on, I closed it on my other computer. 1 second. This one's Loki. This song reminds me of a different song right now. Yeah, we have song requests, which is a channel point redeem, and then I also take song requests just in general. If you don't have enough points, I'm pretty generous, even if you don't have enough points. Cute. I can't type in Discord on this computer. Fuck. Okay, but it's really cute, Miu. It's really cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. There we go. Now it's working. Oh, stop. Don't do that. Maybe I make this a little bit bigger. Can I switch which side this is on? Swap tab positions. Yeah, I like this on my right side more. Thank you for the song request, sir. There you go. Good. I'm going to my first shift. I get to hear your beautiful. Oh, thank you, Erdom. I hope your shift goes well. Okay, cool. Link clips. I thought it was a couch. I think it was because the article I was referencing was talking about couch. I copied that twice. It works for me. Save. Okay. Ooh, thank you for the save check. Save. We are now saved up. Okay. I think I have an idea, but I don't know if I want to do it. What if we did a smooth? What if we did the cross dissolve for this one, and then we did it for the next one? Not a fan of it. Oh, wait, what about this one? I kind of like that one because that one's a bit subtle. And then we can do the circles here. Can I make it go after? Ugh. Hmm. 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 Oops. So wait, now if I did it this way. Okay, but if we did it like this instead. And then I can dig that. I can dig this. Yeah. This is my grocery shopping music in my earbuds. Hey, nothing better. What do you think of the track? I liked it. I liked it. See, I'm a liker of a lot of music, to be honest. So if I don't like something, that's way more alarming than if I am to like something, if I'm completely honest with you. And considering I didn't dislike it, it's pretty good. There we go. And then this one, I would bring this back down to like 0, I think. It's not as loud. Yeah, there you go. Actually. That's not where it is. Let's do this adjustment clip. This one happened here. Let's rotate. Oh, shit. You gambled all your money away. Can I request songs that say swears? Of course you can. Okay, and then we go here. Does bro know? It's okay. Okay. I need this to be faster. I'm just gonna say it right here, right now, because I saw the title of that song. There is a possible chance. I don't normally skip songs. Okay. But that one's got me a little worried. That's all I'll say. but okay. 1, 2, 3. And then the intro. Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh wait, shit, I gotta be in here. Yeah. Deep Throat by Cup. But we love Cupcake, though. This is a really weird song. High key. I do want to listen to Thought Squad, though. Does this count as a song, though? Of course you do. Just saying. Woo! Piss! This is going to be intro template. Or actually, just to call it a hook. Oop, what the? Whoa. Been listening to this song a lot since this. I know, same! But it's very silly. That's fair. Guy who made it to poison gender I scrape songs off of Spotify. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. It's gotta start here. I don't know what this is. Okay. I'm gonna bring this up just like a little bit. 290. Okay, there. Okay, that's 25. That looks good to me. Clock save. Okay. Rename 32. Okay. You're now intro. Folder. Other. Your intro can go into other. Depressed. Rename. There you go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Everything's hunky-dory now. Oh, read me a story. All right. Give me a second. Let me find a story. Can you read a story of John McCaff? Probably. I don't know. Who is that? Hold on. I gotta check what the read the story thing is. Yeah, I guess you can. What is this? A John McCaff? I was using this redeem more for the McCaff antivirus. Is there a story about him? I was using the read me a story to read more spooky stories. Oh, do you have a story? I usually pull from No Sleep. You want me to read his biography? Is it long? Ew, this is long. That's long as fuck. There's a Netflix documentary about him, though. Scary stories are great. Okay. I usually do not. Oh! Wait, we could do Tales from the Creep instead. Creepcast. They have another one. Where is it? Hold on. I gotta log in. No, I don't want it. Okay. It's Creepcast. They have their own subreddit called Tales from the Creep, I think. Tales from the Creeps. There you go. I found it. Ooh, and they do covers. I love this subreddit. My mother wants me to dream the same dream every night. How long is this one? Is that Papa Meat? It is. This is not long. Okay, we'll do this one. Let me turn Spotify down just a little bit. Okay. I was 15 when my mother first taught me how to anchor a dream. Not control it, not lucid dreaming. She said it was more delicate than that. It's like holding onto a memory. She told me you have to build it exactly, every detail, so it doesn't fade. She wanted me to create a dream and keep dreaming it. Morning. Warm light filtering through the kitchen curtains. The soft, distant sounds of the kettle. I gotta stop reading so fast. Soft, distant sound of the kettle whistling, a faint burnt toast smell, a ceramic bowl filled with cereal milk, no spoons on the table, 3 coffee cups by the sink, 1 dirty plate on the dish rack, 2 clocks on the wall, both showing 6:48. I sit at the table. My mother stands at the stove, her back to me. You overfilled the kettle again, she says. It boils the same either way, I answer. She places 2 cups on the table. Not everything works the same just because you want it to. Then I wake up. Every night, exactly the same. I memorized it like scripture and told my mom every detail. She began creating the scene in real life. Woke up at 6 a.m., put out 3 coffee cups, 1 dirty plate, burnt toast, bought a ceramic bowl. She asked me to fill the kettle and recited the dialogue. You overfilled the kettle again. It boils the same either way. Not everything works the same just because you want it to. Hi, Grimbo! She only said the lines once, but the rest, every morning, became ritual. She had her own nightly ritual too. Late at night, she went out to the porch in a faded green dress. 6 colored candles. She'd light them on the stairs, smoke half a cigarette, then a whole one, then go back to sleep. She did this every night since I was born until she was diagnosed with lung cancer. After she stopped doing her ritual, she got worse fast. Her eyes turned bloodshot. Her skin looked dry, cracked clay. She started whispering to herself, always in another room. She wouldn't let me visit her in the hospital. She just said, keep the dream alive. Do the ritual. Don't forget it. So I did, and it worked until the night she died. The dream began to change. The morning light too bright, cold. The kettle screamed like metal being torn. Burnt toast smells still there. Same clock, same plates, same cups, but she was already watching me when I sat down, not blinking, not smiling. You overfilled the kettle again. It boils the same either way. She placed 2 cups. Not everything works the same just because you want it to. Her arm moved like the frames missing between moments. Her blinking made an audible clicking sound. I woke up drenched in sweat. I redid the ritual every step, but the dream stayed wrong. A year passed and it changed again. No morning light, just buzzing darkness, like a broken fluorescent bulb about to burst. The kettle boiled from somewhere inside the walls. Burnt toast turned into a stench of charcoal. I sat at a table. The wood was wet. My mother's shape moved into an endless loop from the stove to the sink and back. You overfilled the kettle again. It boils the same either way. 2 cups this time. One was cracked, leaking something thick and black. Not everything works the same just because you want it to. Then she turned to me, eyes glowing red, face all dried up and cracked, her mouth opened wide, too wide. The voice didn't come from her. It came from inside my ears. I tried fixing it. I placed her photo on the kitchen counter, the one from a few days before she died, lit the same 6 candles, smelled just like her when she hugged me at night. I spoke the lines out loud and I dreamed. No kitchen, just a chair. I was tied to it. A kettle screamed behind me, and I couldn't move. Footsteps. My mother entered. Her head twitched, but her face stayed still. She leaned and whispered, You overfilled the kettle again. I couldn't reply. My mouth wouldn't open. She said it again and again and again until it turned into something else. You ruined it. You ruined it. You weren't supposed to forget. Then she peeled off her face. Nothing underneath, just glass, and behind the glass, my reflection. I woke up screaming. That was the last time I tried fixing it. I smashed the clock, threw out the bowls, burnt the toast, stopped the ritual, but the dream still came, and it got worse. The kitchen is full of people. They're all wearing her green dress. The room is filled with the smell of candles. Their faces twitch and melt, like something trying to remember how people are shaped. They are all turned towards me, perfectly in sync. You overfilled the kettle again. You overfilled the kettle again. You failed her. You failed yourself. You let her go. The cup shattered in their hands. The table splits. A face pushes up from the grain of wood. It's mine. Eyes red, skin dried, and the voice now isn't hers. It's mine. You forgot her. You never remembered her. I haven't slept for 3 days, but I know what waits when I do. That kitchen, that table, that version of her. watching something I love fall apart again and again because I couldn't remember it right. Like she said, not everything works the same just because you want it to. This is such a British horror. Yeah, because the kettle. Because I keep bringing in the kettle. I liked it though. Let me log in so that way I can get the thing. I can upvote it. So I'll upvote it. Make tea wrong and disappoint your mom. So true. So true. Ah! Why did it do this? Why did it do this? Is this? Okay, it gets changed for no reason. Flashbang. Is this? I thought I had a different one. Hold on. I don't have another one. There we go. Boop. I wanna follow this. Yeah. Join. Got it. Reset. And now I can go find Creepcast. Oh no, I love British horror. I like it all. I think it's funny. It is a little British. It is a little British, though. To be fair, it is a little British. Okay, Tales from the Creep. Okay. All right, time to get back to editing. All right. So we can actually finish these videos for today, huh? And you feel lonely soon. This one, crate. Where do you post the videos you edit? YouTube, Instagram. I just started posting on Instagram, but mostly TikTok. And this. Excuse me, this is not the right font. There you go. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Like this. Really focus on it. Look at this cactus. I'm supposed to get a picture of a cactus. Of our tongue. Screens. I think I might just remove this part. It's a little weird. Okay, okay. Move track down, move track down, move track down. Delete track, add track. There we go. Now we have 2 tracks for that, and we can add the stuff in. I think I might start the thing here. German rap? Ooh. Okay, now I gotta go here. Did I render out the V highlight version too? I did. Okay. That's good. I might keep Vibe and Shine for now. Is Konig? What does that mean? I know what your couch. Ah, this is why I say couch. And then I'm just gonna have a bunch of textures in the background. 2, 3. Can you say? I'm gonna guess it's Haftbeffel. That's my guess of how to say that word. I should get a picture, a video of mouth muscles, huh? Yeah, okay, almost. Yes! I did take German in high school. Thank you. You got it, though. Yeah. I'm presuming there's more pronunciation on the first half, like Haftbeffel. That's my guess. 1, 2. It means arrest warrant? What? Why would you teach me how to say arrest warrant? Not yet. I haven't seen Freerun yet. Do you like it? I want to watch it. I haven't been. That's his name? That's his name? Oh shit, it is. Why is his name arrest warrant? Why is his name arrest warrant? Very relevant to German speakers. Oh, honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Dun, 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 dun. All right, now I'm gonna reorganize these, I think. Wait, I have a track? That's extremely funny. Throw it in there. Throw it in there. Ew, I don't like this video. There you go. I don't feel ignored. Oh my God. Almost not. Damn. Listen, you got us to listen to him, so he's got to be pretty good at least. Oh man, I forgot to lock it. Hold on, let me lock this one and then stretch this one, and then I'll lock this guy. There we go, and then cactus. I think he's pretty cool. If you like him, Pocky, and you got some pretty good taste, I think he's pretty cool. As long as you like him, I think he's cool too. Alright, I get a picture of a cactus. This cactus, I want this one. Look at this round. You guys have me feeling. Be confident in the things that you like, Pocky. Because I like when you share stuff with me. People are weird. Yeah. 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 Like Mustache Man. Like Mustache Man. Who is Mustache Man? I cannot say anything more than Mustache Man. I'm legally not allowed to say anything more than Mustache Man. Okay, how fast does that move? This is crazy. This is crazy. This has to be like AI. Cake equal Mustache Man? No. Okay, think. We're playing charades here now, okay? Think about famous German people, and then think about who has had a very distinguishing mustache. There you go. Oh, that would have been a way better way to put it. Oh. Oh, man. I don't think about it that way. Damn. I should have thought about that. Charlie? Who's Charlie? Do subtle movements this time. Hug cactus gif. Austrian mentioned. He was Austrian. He was Austrian. Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. The textile thing was funny, but I realized that I should have done this differently. Crazy. Is this? I'll take this one. I mean, whatever. Let us have a famous guy. That's crazy. No. No. I think the wrong lessons are coming out of today's lesson. Touch. Oh. Idea. Using footage we have. Mozart, yes. Yes, Mozart. Wait, I'm gonna zoom this in and adjust it so it's like... I kind of want the hand to be the focal point here. Let's do this one. We have Red Bull, that's Austrian. I want to claim that one. What? Chat's very funny. I want like a scratch noise. Energy drinks are so nasty to me. They give you wings. I drink advancedgg affiliated, so. Sure. You have the guy who jumped from space? Yeah, Narky? Narky? What the fuck does Narky mean? So like a yum. Who's Felix Baumgartner? Balloon boy? Tongue diagram. He died recently? Hold on, now I gotta look this guy up. Hold on. What really? Like it's a narc? I feel like energy drinks aren't really that narky, but I mean, to each their own. Felix Baumgartner. Felix Baumgartner was an Austrian skydiver, extreme sportsman, and base jumper. He was widely known for jumping to Earth from a helium balloon in the stratosphere in 2012. That's fucking crazy, actually. Baumgartner. He did like the world's little. I could believe that. Oh yeah, he died last year. When I think of energies, I think of WoW players who pissed their pants in the 2000s. That's why you go to advancedgg. Cultural. Or refined. I don't really know. Ew, these are all gross. These are all gross. I hate this. This is all disgusting. That's a WebP. Ooh, let's do this one. It's like a book one. I don't trust that one though, actually. Believe me, I believe you, I believe I can feel you. No, it's a video. Fuck. These are all gross. This is kind of funny though. What's up with the tongues? Okay. Think about this statement. Okay, I'll write it in chat. Your tongue knows what everything around you feels like. Just think about it. Your tongue knows. Tongue knows what everything around you feels like. It does. It truly does. Yeah, even if you've never licked it. I bet you know what your monitor tastes like. Do a pop wobble here. NLP. Like, I bet you know, if you think about a cactus, if you think about this cactus that I showed, that's how you get information as a child, right? No, it's in calculus in my head, calculus. Because we say, no, it's actually because the receptors on your tongue are the same touch receptors as your fingers. So, just like how your hands memorize what things feels like, your tongue can too. It's pretty cool. Like toilet paper. I bet your tongue, if you think about it, your tongue knows what toilet paper feels like. But your brain is probably, but you've never licked toilet paper, or you probably haven't. Oops, this was the wrong one. That's actually a good fun fact. Thank you. I learned it from my therapist. My therapist taught me that. That's fair. To be fair, I've also put toilet paper on my tongue. I just didn't want to assume that you guys had also done that. Would you like a physics fun fact? I'm a physicist. You're a physicist? Holy shit, what did a big brain like you be found in doing here? But yes, I would love yes, please. Please, I would be honored to know a fun fact about physics. I'll make a video about it. This one. I need to go back to this one. On phone. I want this one. This lady looks so... I don't know if I can get the whole lethargy in there. If you were to travel to the event of horizon of a black hole and look inside, it would be the first and only time you would be able to directly see the back. Oh, that's actually cool. I don't know how I would explain that, but I'm gonna make that a thing. Make that a video. Content list. Boop, boop, boop. Why is it like this? Boop. That's very cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's really cool. I wonder how that works though. Like how do brains see how do see the back of brain though? One more. One more song or one more fun fact? Tell us more. Yeah, tell us more. Tell us more. Tell us more. I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna bring them up a little bit. Basically, because light is orbiting the black hole, as you turn to the side, light would scatter off the back of your head and orbit back. Whoa, that's stretching of stuff. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that. Any advice about physics? Physics is turbo boing. What? The back of your head, there's just a little guy kicking things around, going, nah, none of this, none of that. Oops. Gen text, this one, subtitle one, let's do default create. Couch tastes like, I know what your couch tastes like. You know, weird. Even if you've never licked a cactus, your tongue is getting a weird feeling, right? It's getting a weird feeling, right? We're not going crazy because it's actually... Okay. Oh, okay. Huh? Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay. I'm fine with this. Technically, but I really have a good fun fact of why British people stick their pinkies up when they drink. Technically, it's debated, but it comes from Italian nobles in the spice trade. That was the... That's the... I didn't know that. That's cool. But, like, why, though? Why? What does that help? Oop. Okay, wait. I gotta bring this down a little bit. Oh. Why is it doing that? What? 203. Yeah. Imagine. That'd be crazy. It's like pineapples. Yeah, that's like pineapples. Come on. Yeah, pineapples for swingers, man. It's almost the same. We count that. Do we count that? I don't know what we count and what we do count. I just kind of spew nonsense a lot of the time. Because in America, at the very... Oh, I forgot to turn the thing off. In America, at the very least, upside down pineapples means that you're open to having a little bit of smexy time with multiple people. Okay. I'm gonna count this video as done. Edit labels, post. Basically, spices were extremely expensive and hard to come by, and the condensation from the cups and glasses of nobles' drinks would wet the fingers and would ruin the spices. So they would stick their smallest finger out to prevent it from becoming wet, and then use that finger to use the small spoon to spice their food so the spices didn't get ruined. Whoa. Whoa. America, they carry a pineapple with them. Yeah, so like if you're in the grocery store and you see someone and or if they have like a tattoo and it's an upside down pineapple, or if you like go at someone's lawn and they have an upside down pineapple, it's usually like lawn, like decorations, like signs of swingers. Upside down pineapple. Oh, you can't see it's behind my head. But yeah, upside down pineapples. Actually, on God, I should just search it in this tab. Because when I search it in this tab, it shows better. Who doesn't have a pineapple? I don't have a pineapple. Well, like, see? The comment side and say hello. I don't tend to carry pineapples. Please disturb. Yeah, see? Upside down pineapple, man. Not slingers, we just like fine. That's funny. I like that one. That was funny. That made me giggle. Oh, that one. This one's ready. And then lockdown protocol. Then what else do I want to do today? I think I want to do 3D stuff today. Oh no, I have enshrined stuff to do too today. Yes. From an Instagram, but did you know that aloe vera is one of the only plants to be disturbed around the world distributed around the world through only peaceful means? That makes sense. That I feel like that makes sense because like with flowers you can have double entendres of like good or bad, but aloe vera in it of itself is just such a helpful and useful plant that to me it only makes sense that it would be used that way. I gotta do roll for fun. Actually, let me fix the template. Okay, so I'm keeping it. Well, flowers were typically pillaged from like South Africa. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's where the video starts. And then we have till here. Nope, I am incorrect. Whereas aloe vera was distributed through trade from the Romans. Damn. So I would commit war crimes in Albania? No, I'm kidding. I would hope that you're kidding. You goober. I'm gonna tell Albania. No, Pock E in my chat is not allowed to visit Albania because he's gonna do war crimes with an aloe vera plant. I think these videos would really benefit from being shorter, so I'm gonna do a new folder. Oh, cancel new folder. 3_ done. Pin to quick access. There you go. That aloe vera is from Asia. Shrug. Ooh, what is the other physics fact? Tell us. This one already rendered? West Come on, come on. Know that it's time to. Hmm.
Huh?
That scared the shit out of me. I'll take this. Wait, no, video editing. Archive. I don't need that folder anymore. Hi Nox, welcome on in. Okay, we got a gambling bomb. I don't have beans, no beans in my pocket. This is what happens when you gamble them all away, you goober. Can't just be gambling all of it away. What will you have left for your children? Properties. I don't know if this will let me change it. Customize, choose font. Yeah, that doesn't let me. Edit. I can't spell. Archive. Pin to quick start. Where is it? Pin to quick access. Edit archive projects. Yeah, I don't actually know if this actually takes up that much. So, pin for quick access. Yeah, this is good. Aloe vera and pineapples. Is that today's theme? I did this on Heroics channel too. Huh? Betting? Betting all the time? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, I didn't check if that was done. Shine. Yeah. Roll for fun. Oh, not roll for fun yet. Nope. I'm a goober. Roll for fun. Bet all my embers on roulette. Yeah, fair. Five. And then I want to do done. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's make sure. Yep. Okay. So fun fact, the vast majority of the mass of our bodies does not from the particles within our atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons. It's actually indirectly comes from particles called gluons that rapidly and randomly appear in disarray to keep our atoms Huh? What do you mean that they disappear and reappear? Are you saying that I'm not a constant state of matter? What are gluons? Yeah. What are those? What is this big brain stuff that you're telling us right now? Gluons? Actually, where the name comes from? What the fuck? That's crazy. I got a big brain in chat telling us the secrets of the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count. Okay, let's see. Gluons are the force that transport particles. Yeah, physicists aren't very imaginative. I don't like that one. What about this? I think that's good. I think this was fine. Just this vibration. Boop. But I said there are only 4 forces in the universe? So what are the... Yeah, what are they? Is it big ass and booty cheeks? One is gravity. I didn't know that. You can't say everyone. Can you build a nuke? Ask it. Can you send me the... Also, I'm a nuclear... I do not know the country to build a nuke. But I know the pretty good... But I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to get the government to beat my ass. Fair plan. Fair plan. Ooh, you know what I didn't do, I think? I gotta go back now. I don't know if I changed. It's gone. Ooh. Boop. Oh, hold on, I will re-chat again in like 2 seconds. I have to focus. So I'm forgetting to do things. Okay, close this one. Select yes. Yeah, gravity, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. That's not as fun as I was hoping. My best friend's also a physicist. He says if I talk shit to him, he will nuke my ass. I studied this for my rad worker training, so I'm a federal has. Wow. Chat, what do you mean you're all big brains? Why are you all big brains? Elaine's a little baby brain, and you're telling me that y'all are so smart enough that y'all can do radioactive hazmat shit? It's fucking scary. That's fucking scary. They let me touch radioactive garbage? What does that even mean? Okay, that one's good. What does radioactive garbage mean? These stars. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, I checked it, you know. And the vibe and shine. Listen, physics only exists because an apple fell on someone's head. It's not that deep. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Gravity existed before that, though. Gravity is the attractive force of mass. Magnet is the attractive force and repulsive force of charge. Strong nuclear force is the hardonic attraction force. The weak nuclear force is the leptonic attraction force. Someone stop that fucking apple. I'm sick of this shit. True. Gravity is a man-made construct. No, don't be sorry. Gravity is clearly a government conspiracy to make us believe in gravity. It's the truth. I know the truth. Elaine would never lie. Angel. Yeah, okay, gravity was this. I could fly. Like when the nuclear power plant needs refueling, they put out a help wanted thing and I go clean it up. Oh, I've ascended. Gravitons aren't real. They literally have never been measured. Gravity isn't real. The earth is flat. Well, the earth isn't flat. I can tell you that one. But gravity, that shit's fake. How can gravity exist? Explain. Explain it to a baby. If a baby can understand it, then it must be true. What's your opinion about positrons? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Yeah, I'm right. See, Pocky believes me. If a baby can understand it, then it's real. Otherwise, it not real. Stop trying to brainwash us. Exactly. I saw something earlier that scientists are looking to replace current data storage with DNA stored. Huh? What the fuck does that mean? They want to put my brain in a machine, or a machine in my brain? I don't want to have a machine in my brain. Gravity is real, probably. Basically, gravitons are the way too low power to be generated and measured with. Oh, so we couldn't like you know how like in Dragon Ball Z they can like measure the gravity of a planet and stuff, so Goku can train better. Living computer, so my gaming PC can also have anxiety. It's fucking crazy. Do I like this? I mean, like it completely is real. We've observed. Let me see. Oh god, this is so much longer than I thought it was gonna be. Please come on over. Yeah, there you go. The quark names. I just want like gameplay footage. You will trip in the trunk. Okay. Pause. Okay, my pause button didn't want to work there for a second. Come on over. I make up neutrons and protons. What do you mean there's more things that make up more things, man? When does it stop? What makes quarks? What makes quarks? When does it stop? Listen, I need to do some stuff. Stop saying funny stuff in chat. I don't know how much about. I don't need to know much about those for what I'm doing, thankfully. Sounds like a lot of big brain stuff. Okay, I do want like this. When does it stop? I'd say it's a real question. Quarks are currently the smallest thing. Okay, I believe you. Okay. This is like one of the easier videos for me to do, so because there's like 50 other things I want to do, but I also have to do more video editing, which makes me cry. Think neutrons are like a proton and electron stuck together is the song. This is the song. That's correct. Are you shit about the string theory though? Is that the one about the red string theory? I think I clicked too many. Yeah, and I like that mythology. It's cute. It's about a string attached to my neck. Excuse me. I don't like any of these. Andromeda. Oh, I gotta refresh again. Red rope. It's kind of like that, but it's hard to call a game where you have to navigate letters while you're tied to your co-op player. Ooh, did you know there's a complete horseshit theory in physics that says that there's only one electron in the universe and it just teleports around it, goes where it needs to be? That'd be crazy. That'd be so fast. Oh, come get it. I don't like any of these songs. I like this one. I hate this stupid ass theory. What would you do? What would you do if it turned out to be real? Like, what would you do? Fire is out, one electron, universe is in. I like donut universe. I like the donut universe idea. That the universe is just the shape of a donut. Not a particular particle physics, so I can simply choose not to believe. Fair. Fair. Okay. We gotta redo this. Create. And then I gotta look at enshrined stuff. And then I'm gonna call this entity of the week. The entity of the week. Oh my god, I already called it entity of the week. I love myself so much. This week's entity. I'm so happy that I didn't fuck this up. Okay, cool. Cool. I cheat. Entity of the week. So I don't think so. You know what my belief is? It's simple. I'll believe it when I see it. And I'll see it when I understand it. To 16 players. Lane, can you make a did you know on particle physics? If you make it interesting, yeah. But it's all beans all the way down. What does that mean? Descendants. This is spelled wrong. Roll for fun. This one, this word. I don't think that sentence made sense. Just play with your friends. New friend. No, what? No, it did. I just didn't. I wasn't listening. It makes sense. I really wasn't listening. Cool. Everything's made of bean theories. Not that people know about the one electron universe. So that probably would be a good did you know? Or the gluon thing. I like the one electron one. Hold on, let me add it. Did you know the universe is made of one electron? That'd be pretty good. Thank you for the ideas. I will put them to good use. Do this one. Everything is beans now. You heard him. Nope, everything's beans now. You heard him. If it is not made of one electron, you can't prove it is. Too late. Too damn late, my guy. Stop. Best to stop them at all costs without getting caught. Okay. 0.7. Create. Another fun fact: the only will be the method of time. Ooh, I want to know that one. How does that work? You son of a bitch. I think this song, I used it wrong. I did use it wrong because I wanted this part. Wait, let me at least double check my ass where I talk out of my ass. Okay, someone did a... You know that Diplo has 18 kids? I mean, that just says that he's a good caretaker, question mark? So, I mean, shrug? My brain is really giving up on working today. Roll for fun. Okay. He has good songs. He does. I can't disagree with that fact. I didn't work at all. That's okay. Today is not a worky day. You gotta, unfortunately, when we work together, you kind of gotta tune me out. Okay, so on Friday we can upload the next set. I guess so. Today would be a better day for it, I think. I don't know. I'll think about it. There's too much stuff going on in chat. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. It's okay. Today could be a not big work day, and then tomorrow you can do work. Okay, now I gotta do enshrined stuff, and then so we're gonna keep these at 30. Try next week for or 2025. I like the number 24 better, but 25. I need to have a video finished by 6. What do you mean? Get to work, you nub. What the fuck? Then get to work, you nub. Huh? You can't be doing this to me. You can't be saying this kind of stuff to me, man. Shrine template. Rename. Entity of the week. We're gonna lurk and play some League. Sounds good. Have fun with League. Thank you. I edit this one. I already forgot the notes I was given. I think oh wait, no, I can just check Discord. Boop. Boop. I can sleep. What time is it for you right now? It's 4 a.m. Oh shit, you got time. You goober. Having me worry for nothing. Oh, I have to check the bios of everything. I have to log into the other computer for that then. That's fine. Okay, hold on. I need to make a small extra list for things today. Fix bios for work. I think I want to sit. I think I'm going to sit on these videos just a little bit longer. Fix stake video. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. Comment. Add sheet. I'm trying to think. And then guess who fell out of a tree today? Did you fall out of a tree today? Oh god, are you okay? Or at least record a VO for devlog. And then my brother, oh thank god. Should I go all in on using blackjack? One game? No! No! Use it to get food, you goob. He's fine and it was hilarious. That's good. Expense for work, stake video, comment, sheet, record video for your edit. For dev vlog. I'll do that tomorrow, I think. I think these will do tomorrow. Yeah, and then I'll just record the thing for the devlog and fix the bios. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna put this. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go back to the edit computer. Guess who also fell out of a tree today? Your sister. Not with your gambling history. Wait, today would have been... No, today's Wednesday. It's the 31st, right? Okay. Unpin. Close. Oh, that poor squirrel. Oh, poor baby. trying to think of something, and now I don't remember. Oh, right. Record VO, edit, enshrine stuff. Record VO, edit, enshrine stuff. Record VO, edit, enshrine stuff. Okie dokie. I will do it for the enshrine stuff. Let's do profile. Of a hostile government takeover. Be late for work. Shrined. I think you should get food with that money. Personally. Is a durable emo required? Aww, I love Where Nope. We love Where Nope. I like this. I like this. She do the doodle. She do the doodle. Mythic or D and D. Where gods and horrors shape your fate. Then can I edit the link? Edit. How do I edit the link? Is that a profile thing? This is not what I was looking for. Can I not edit? 21, I got 20. Are you gambling? You boob. What is the... How do I change the link? How to change link. What now? Are you gambling again? Anyway, I learned some key particle physics from the Steins Gate wiki. Let's go. Let's go. I guess we could keep... Actually, we should keep this. And then I need to log into the link tree. So let me hide this real quick. I left, don't worry. Better. Yeah, cash in and leave. Cash in and leave. I told you, one game win or nothing. Fair. Link tree. Okay. I gotta fix up their link tree. Kick Mac, another kick Mac. Actually, this doesn't make sense. No, it does. 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 Okay. Let's click on this. Ew, why is it all blank? What the fuck? Enhance? Ew, wait. I don't know what this does. What is the high intensity version of Yeah, it was. It was. The orchestral version. Yes. Design tools, analytics. Pre-order Enshrined today. Pre-order Enshrined today. And then I think that's fine. So it goes to the Kickstarter. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, no information I learned from the wiki was complete nonsense. I take it back. Damn it! Darn. Studio, select image or GIF. Enshrined. This one. Is that the one that we use? I hope so. I hope it is. We use the one. I'm just gonna use the blue one. I like the blue one more. What about YouTube? Yeah, we use the blue one on YouTube. Save. Okay, yes, so I'm listening. Reddit, Discord server. Reddit. Oh shit. Discord. Oh, bottom is fine. Discord, Facebook, Insta. Ew, let's do this one and then this one. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah, Swallow's been here for a few days. I don't know if they were here yesterday, but oh, this is a big boy thing. Okay. Can we change the background? Design interactions connected to its connected profile. How to change link tree colors. In our current understanding of the universe, there's only confirmed methods to travel forward in time, not backwards. To travel backward in time would require hypothetical constructs such as care black holes. What's that mean? Design editor. Where is that? Design integrations. Where's the time out? Try out now. Oh my god, this is like a whole thing, and my eyes are being blinded every 10 fucking seconds. My god. I think this one should be Join the Madness, and... Ew, why is this so big? Okay. Update your appearance. Switch to hero style profile. That's fine. Wait, what? That made no sense. First... I don't understand. Elaine, what? Huh? What's happening? How do I design? Because I want to do it. Yeah, see, I like that. Title color. Ooh, that's pro. These are all not free. Okay, that's fine. I like that one. Oh, no, make it black. Holy bang, I know, I love the song. I have a new thigh. Okay, finish mood. Okay. I have a new thigh emote. Mood. I like a thigh emote. Share if you want. UK classic, I know, right? Okay, I'm finished moving my cleaning to the other office. Moving my desk so I can work from home while I follow. Nice. Good job. I don't want this one. That's fine. Okay, page button, solid outline. Yeah, I like that. Footer, save. Okay. Some of the process for viewing our exclusive link tree pro. What? Which ones? Like what, bruh? Oh, the hero thing? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Let's do a gradient then. Gradient's fine. There we go. Okay, now if I were to go to TikTok and go here, that's a lot better. Cool. And then I want to update our YouTube bio. Song is in my playlist now because I heard it so many times here. It's a good song. Studios. Boop boop. I think we can do pre-order Enshrine today. So what is this thing I never asked? Boyo, do I have the command for you? Tree. I forgot to change the thing for that. Can I do home tab link tree pre-order today? Actually, maybe I can do that there instead of putting it here. And then publish. View my channel. Okay, let's do this one first. Publish. Not change it. You market something? Cool. Yeah, I'm the marketing lead for that. Thank you for the song request. Let's add this guy. Done. Publish. Very confused of why it's not updating, but I think it'll update. It just doesn't. Okay, there we go. Where today? Headone Studios. I gotta go in Insta. Just gonna hide this really quick, just in case, because I might have to log in. I didn't have to. Yes. What is this? Oh, okay. It's nothing that important. Edit profile. Because this should be the same across. Um, uh, pre-order enshrined today. Submit. There you go. And then I need to make us a blue sky. That's right. It's the only other thing that I'll do for work today. Profile. I don't know if that's saved. I don't think it did. No, it did. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, create account. Oh, fuck. What is the name of this email? I don't need no heroin. Oops. This one. I'm also wasting if I had the money, I'd probably be adrenaline junkie too. I love going fast. That's fair. Our ads are all the same, right? Yeah, but I want the capitals in it if I can. Next. I want to skydive. Skydiving sounds so scary. This one. Your profile face. Continue. Okay. I have now gotten enshrined a thing. Headwind Studios. But to travel forwards in time, you need to take advantage of time dilation. This is the compression and squeezing of time by either traveling close to the speed of light. Oh, so that's why in like movies and stuff, it like stretches like the like it's like the for time traveling, it's like stretching and stuff, like hyperspace. Star Wars stretching. Sorry, I don't know if that makes sense. I know it would make me feel free as long as I feel like I won't die. Fair. Stretch, yeah. Sorry. For today. Kickstarter. Save. I don't like how that sits. Moon, I hope that you have the most wonderfulest day today and that your brother is doing okay, even though you said he's fine. I still hope that he's doing okay overall and that your day tomorrow goes just as well as it did today. Boop. Uno reverse, I already said it. It's theorized that traveling faster than light would be how to travel back in time. However, it would require more energy than there is in the universe. That makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. We're gonna follow my account because we can. We're gonna follow Moon. Who else do we work with? Art Loves Paper. I don't know if she has a blue sky. Close a trick. Back at you. Oh, shit. It would stretch you as you travel close to light speed. Yes, there's something called time length dilation. Well, it would require something called negative energy, which doesn't exist. Yet. Who else are we going to follow on the blue sky? I want to follow the artist that we work with. Yeah, we can hide it. Cool. Okay. Follow 10. We'll do Legends of Vandris. Critical Role. Movie like be a super trait is just an incorrect theory. But what if it could exist? You know? What if? Let's do D&D Beyond. Dungeon Shrine follow. D&D Beyond. What other things do we follow? Do we like Dungeon Dads? Dungeon Dudes? Glass Sign says it is real. Cooper. Okay, so I need to tell my boss that I did this. This is not the right Discord. Shake it for me, girl, and... Oh, I have to record that too. Muffin. Created a blue sky. To the... it... stuff. Okay, cool. You know what to do. Okay, now I have to record a thing. Boop. Oops, wrong thing. Alright. I have to record a thing, and then things will finally break down, I'm afraid. Damn. Okay, what if we made... What if there's double negative energy? Double negatives make a positive, right? So, like, could we do a double negative and then nothing will implode? Okay, I have to read this, so don't mind me. Keep chatting. I just need to record this so I can edit it tomorrow. Hello, everyone. The campaign is over, but the project is just getting started. Thanks to all of your incredible support, we are getting started on a full process of bringing Enshrine to your tables, something that we could not have done without you. So then, what happens now? Let's get started. For experienced Kickstarter backers, some of the next steps may be familiar to you, but if not, we will break it down and are happy to answer any questions you might have. Step 1. Kickstarter processing errors. Hold on. Step 1. Kickstarter processing and errors. The first step in creating Enshrine already happened. The campaign was closed. With that, the Kickstarter will charge you for your pledges. However, for a small number of backers, there will... I can't. Wait, what did I say? What was the last thing I said? What? Playback device. Okay. So at this point, you're just waffling? What if I want to be a waffle? You gonna let me be are you gonna tell me how to physically become a waffle? By reorganizing my protons and the neutrons to become... waffle? Wait, what the fuck? I forgot what I read. Live your dreams. These are my dreams. With that, Kickstarter will charge you for your pledge. However, for a small number of backers, there were errors with Kickstarter's attempt for some reason. You should have a message from Kickstarter informing you that they have collected your pledge or that there was an error. It is important to note that for those... It is important to note that for those of you who are affected by this, you only have a few days to update your information before Kickstarter cancels your pledge. During the development... Step 2, development. During the development of Enshrine, we'll be producing updates here on Kickstarter as well as maintaining our open studio on Discord, where you will be able to see more of our work and processes. As this process begins, here's what to expect. Let's edit this down more in the video. For the November development timeline. For the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be working on managing the Kickstarter processing and assisting For the next 2 weeks, we'll be working on managing the Kickstarter processing and assisting any backers who had issues with their pledge, as well as doing our own internal housekeeping, such as coordinating team responsibilities and preparing all our tools and workspaces for the development of Enshrined. And of course, paperwork to ensure this process is as smooth as possible for all involved. December development timeline. December marks our first proper month of production in Enshrined, and there are several large... December development timeline. December marks our first proper month of production on Enshrined, and there are several large tasks that we will be working on to begin bringing Enshrined to life. Whew. I think I kind of want to redo that line. December marks our first proper month of... December marks our first proper month... I can't read. December marks our first proper month of production on Enshrined, and there are several large tasks that we'll be working on to bring... Hi, Gemini. Hello. December marks our first proper month of production on Enshrined, and there are several large tasks that we will be working on to begin bringing Enshrined to life. That's better. Did I pause this again? To begin? I'm not even Mongolian? Damn. How are y'all? Good. How are you? December marks our first proper... I can't. December marks our first proper month of production on Enshrined, and there are several large tasks that we'll be working on to begin bringing Enshrined to life. Ooh, that was better. Other ones were kind of schmucky. It's not actually... How could this be? How could your username not be your name? No! Hi, Moira. Hello. Pat. I forgot what I was recording. First, we will be creating a full asset list and production schedule, so look out for updates. Okay. In addition to that, we will be working on refining the art style and process so that our incredible artists can make even better art. So keep an eye peeled, as there will be many cool pieces to see. Doing alright, just chilling and checking in on my peeps. Fair. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Though I would like that my actual last name is 13. Damn! That's a long last name. One more thing you can expect to encounter in December is the Rune Drachtenwhelp. For all those who pledged during the campaign, One more thing you can expect to encounter in December. Mine's only 7. Mine's 8. One more thing you can expect to encounter... I keep stuttering. One more thing you can expect to encounter in December is the Rune Drachtenwhelp. For all those who pledged during the campaign, your free mini and stats page will be arriving shortly. We hope you will love him as much as he will love gnawing on your bones. Pre-orders available. Some of you may already... My maiden name is 12, long either way. Damn, dog, how many things do we have to expect to encounter? 1, I just can't read because I'm illiterate. Yes. Some of you may have noticed already, but at the conclusion of the campaign, we open up pre-orders for those who weren't able to back the project in time. So if you have friends that missed out or a DM in your life that could use some horrifying inspiration, fear not. You can still pass on a link and they can check out the project too. Okie dokie. Pre-orders have access to all items in the campaign. Pre-orders have access to all items in the campaign. Please note, pre-orders will not be eligible for Please note, pre-orders will not be eligible for the free Rune Drachtenwhelp mini. Okie dokie, and then more on its way. I think I know how I kind of want to edit this video, and it's similar to a Zenless Zone Zero video I did. We will have more updates for everyone soon, but we want to make sure we express our most sincere appreciation for all your support, questions, and participation in making Enshrined a reality for all of us at Headwind Studios. Thank you all, the Enshrined team. Okay. Devlog test. When doing my last name in cursive, I have to lift and move my hand twice just to continue writing. That's fair. I haven't written my name in cursive in a long time. I have to export this. Export audio. Export. How long is this? I was like I think that was 2 minutes. That's not what I wanted. Audio segments. That's audio, not audio segments. I thought I exported this. What? Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Hello, everyone. Right. The campaign is over, but the... Sorry. Didn't mean for you to hear that. It was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I think I need to sleep now. Yeah, if you need to get some rest, feel free to get some sleep, man. I hope you sleep well, and I will see you on the morrow. 5 minutes. End of the month, 5 minutes. The current thing was 2 minutes. Okay, I have to write that down too. Have a nice day. Thank you. I love you, and I hope that you have good sleep. And I will see you probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's a shorter stream, so just saying. Chat was funny today. I'm sorry. 2 minutes. 2 and 30 seconds. I could have read it slower, but... yeah. You're ending? What the fuck? No, I'm not ending. I'm not done. I'm saying goodnight to Pocky, you dumb. You boob? Sorry, I'm not calling you dumb. I'm calling you a boob. And I will call you a boob. Stream avatars. Put them here. Not done yet. I'm not done streaming until, like, for another, like, 2.5 hours. Dang, good night, Elaine. Taylor, shut the fuck up. I'm afraid that you guys are gonna think that I'm done streaming, because whenever unironically, when people think I'm done streaming, the viewers dip. It's 4:20. I better be getting up early. Yeah, good night. No problem. Sleep well. Laying on that 8-hour grind. Yeah. Every day, at least 8 hours. The earliest that I try to stop, if I have to stop early, is 9 my time. But if I can, I try to stream till 10. It just depends on how tired I am. I do have to go to the restroom, though. Okay, yes. I do need to go to the restroom, though, so I will be right back. Well, I think that's all the work stuff I wanted to do. Hold on, let me clarify in my brain what I want to do next. On that grind set mindset, you are correct. Okay, next bios. I did that. And I recorded, and I had to edit the devlog and stuff tomorrow. Okie dokie. I will be right back. And you burn nothing. No burning. Fire, not nice. No burning today. I forgot what the fuck I wanted to do. And I do love Lauve. Lauve is very nice. You guys want me to make a slide? Burning? What burning? Burning? No burning. I'm like having ideas and I'm trying to figure out how to do them. Hold on. Studio mode, BRB. Okay. Let me change stuff. Staring into the moon. Oh, the bird to you. And then my box can go here. Put this on this side. Open bird can go here. Twitch alerts can go here. Stop. And this will go. A typo. Fair. Folding laundry night. When I'm done, I'm going to work on my shorts and I'll post them in the Discord for people to tear apart. I mean, to say I had a bad apple pie today, it was good fare. And Kiwi, I hope that you have fun writing those. My brain is like so off right now. I'm like tired. Trying to like adjust. Hold on. And have a little inception real quick. Just want to move this really quick. The cassette is too high in here. Not to be about the same there. There you go. That way I can make you guys a slide because I want to make a slide. Where's my aspirate? I feel like I had like 50 things I want to do, but I remember none of them. I want to make you a slide. And then I want... I don't know what else I want. Oh. I made you guys a thing before. Spawn machine? This one? I did have an apple pie today for a time. It was right for the first time. That's crazy. I'm glad you liked it. Oops. A gumball machine. Do I want to bring the gumball machine back? Beans. I thought of something actually instead of the gumball machine, but I forgot what it was. New layer. I want to make a slide. Cute slide. Actually, I have an idea. Oh my god, hold on, wait. Where is it? I bet I have it in here. Okay. So I want to do a thing. And it makes sense in my head. But like it's like slow in my mind. Also, I want this to be over one. Let's remove this ladder. collision. There you go. Okay. And then I want to take this. And then I'm going to put it here. Yeah, now we're going to make... Oh, this is cute. I like how it pixelated it. Okay. And then... Okay. Oh. Ooh, boop, boop. I wanna give it all to you. Darkness. So usually you sit here, so I'm gonna make a little secret porthole. There you go. Girl, you were made for me. New group. Look. Oop. There you go. Okay. 5, 5, 6. On a brown. I should have used symmetry actually. I was made for you. Wait, no, it's gotta be below this. No. Trying to make you guys like a little hovel. So that way, when I go BRB, you guys can have a little home to hide in. Would you believe me if I told you the singer of this song is David Hasselhoff? The guy from SpongeBob? Oh. Goblin is pro hovel. Fuck yeah. Oops. I didn't mean to erase that. How big are the beans comparatively? I think they're about this big. I make the little door there. And then I think we can have like 2 layers. Here's my last day, so I'm good for a studio now. Fuck yeah, let's go. It's fucking awesome. Test. We're gonna call this test. Choose file. Export. And then I'm gonna disconnect this really quick. Super excited for it. I'm glad. Okay, hold on. I also have to move myself. Bean chair. And then I'm gonna move myself over here. And then backgrounds. Edit. Create object. Oh wait, I have to go here. A for gore. Downloads. Edit. I don't see it. Edit. Where's test? It's, oh, I did the wrong one. I thought I exported it. There we go. There you go. ST test. Okay, and then there should be 2 by 2, I think. Or like, I guess 1.5 maybe? I think like here. Back to menus, connect. Oh, okay, so it's to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5, okay. Backgrounds. Maybe 1. So maybe that was more accurate than I thought. How do I describe how tall that is, though? Actually, I think I can girl math this. Hold on. Can I girl math this? I think I can. I think it should be like there. Back to menus, connect. Yeah, it just needs to be a little bit to the left. Let's connect. Hi, Pancake. How are you? Welcome on in. I think that's good. A little bit too much, okay. Distance, how close you can almost taste it. I have an idea. Hi, 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 hi. Hope you're having a lovely day. I can't do it like that. Fuck. Right there would be good. Connect. I think that's good. Oops, wrong layers. I think that positioning is good enough. Just need to make it wider, I think. A little bit shorter and wider. That means I will take this. Release your inhibitions. Actually, let me do it like this. No one else. No one else can. Elaine, for your shorts, do you add a list of socials for the VTuber at the end or maybe in the description? No, because their name is on it. I tag them if I can. And links don't work in a lot of comment sections. Yep. bang. Okay, yep, unfortunately, I don't normally do that. Space before you. Export, disconnect, save, and reload. I have a feeling that I might have fucked that up. Actually, that's perfect. Pog, let's go. Okie dokie. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I think it'd be cute if this was like the back of my chair, so if we made it like a little bit more robust, maybe. That kind of sounds boring though. Let's do this guy. Let's do 6. Is there more like stabilization things? I think not. Oh, there we go. Ooh, 60. Yeah. I did not center this. It's okay. I'm more concerned about this side than the other one. Then let's see if I hide the bean chair really quick. You guys are about this tall. And the right is way. I think. I don't want to reload this right now. Okay. If that is the case, then we are good. My knees beg and baby, won't you please? I'm back. Welcome back. Dollhouse. That's not. Images. I think I kind of want to make like. How many of you could fit in this? Using me as an example. I think we could make a like one big room, and I think that'd be cute. Okay. Oh, this is not to the bottom. You know that art streamer I told you about, Hamu? 11-hour stream last night. I fell asleep and woke up to them. Damn. Some people really be on that grind, and that is fucking fair. This is the background layer. They're on that real grind set mindset, you know what I'm saying? This is the walls. Background. This is the floor. Wait so long. I want to fix the wall really quick. Okay. Idea, have you considered doing an annual VTuber that recaps all of the VTubers that you mentioned? Nah, not really. Too many VTubers. And I'm lazy. Smile. Plus half an hour because the stream crashed early. Damn. I'll be honest with you, chat. I'm pretty lazy when it comes to my content. I make sure that it's quality, and that's all I do. It's hard for me to think of more than that most of the times. But I might think about it. It's not a bad idea. Then we can have multiple recaps for things. What kind of wallpaper I want to give you guys? This is cool, though. Kind of like this green. This green is nice. Keep. New. It's like this green and this beige walls. Okay. What we doing? I'm making you guys a home behind my chair. So if I go to the BR, I'll go to the BRB screen, but if you, I don't want to go to the BR. Essentially, I'm making you guys a little hovel. So when I go to the BRB screen, it's just going to show like a little hovel that you guys live in behind my chair. Because I thought that would be cute. Let me just make sure that this works. I don't have to keep disconnecting and reconnecting, but it's the only way that I can check. I think I have to move myself again. Bop. Yeah, and then I can do like a little tiny roof. It's not long enough? That was not what I was expecting. How tall does it need to be? Maybe like this tall? It's gonna be taller on the top, so I'm gonna have to bring it down. Oh no, it's chalked. Time to head home, I guess. Huh? Chalked? I think that's equivalent. Edit. Animated test. Ground height. Oh. The house to be here. Back to menus, connect. A little bit taller. Well, welcome back. Save and reload. Cool. And then chair. I would move it to the left a little bit, actually. Also, can one of you fit in this door? No. The door is still too short. It's gonna be like this big. Yeah, okay. So, let me erase this a little bit more. Unless I made you guys smaller. I don't want to make you guys smaller, though. I just need to move it over, I think. Yeah. think that's good. There you go. Yep, there you go. Okay, cool. Boop. Okay. Wait, can you fit in the door? Can we fit in the door? Well, that's like... Uh-oh. I just realized something. BG, no, edit. Foreground is 20 plus. So then 15. Save. Connect. One, two. I think it has to be higher than this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right now? 1, 2, 4, 5. No, I think I actually already got it. Okay. I just didn't reload it. I don't know. Okay. With that being the case, I'm gonna remove this ladder. I'm like hoping. I don't know how accurate this is. I'm gonna make it a little bit taller, I think. Or bring it down one. Both. Make it a little bit taller. Here. And then make it taller here. And then okay. And then export. I'm gonna disconnect it. Save and reload. Okay. I think it needs to be a smidgen taller. So I think this needs to go down here. That needs to go there. And then can I have like a small chimney? Like right here. I think we could. I think we could have a small one. Like one right here. And then a little roof. Thank you for the iPad. A little roof. And then I will see if that fits. Save and reload. And then backgrounds. And I'm just going to budge this down, I think, like a little bit. Y position. Thank you for the lurky. I think. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. I need to put you in here. Okay, it needs to be taller, blah, blah, blah. And then you can see the chimney though behind me. Get a little bit shorter then. How much can you see? Not a lot, I think. So we just gotta make it shorter, I think. So like this much chimney. Okay. Butter sauce. Me. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Shift N. Then we're gonna make this 6. Alright, let's make it 8. Yeah, and then we have the roof. And then let's go back to this brown. These are the walls. Wait, let me redo that just one more time. Oops. There we go. A new layer. Oops. There you go. This is the floor. This is the walls. The roof. And then I'm gonna make a little chimney. I don't like this red, but I will fix it in a minute. Just kind of want to get the rough block out of colors in. And pray one day I crucify. Whoops. This is the chimney. I mean, I have 2. And then boop, boop. Okay. There we go. Can I make the canvas bigger? If I make the canvas bigger, will that mess with the thing though? Probably. Edit. File. Can I edit the canvas? Can I edit the canvas? Stroke, fill, flip, horizontal, adjustments, key, preferences, keyboard shortcuts, lock layers, sprite, canvas size. Just want a little bit bigger. File, save as, oops. Test 2. Oh, let me go to art. Okay. I'm trying to decide how much detail I want to put into this now. I think I know how I want to do the chimney at least. Let's do brick chimney. Let me just... I like this one. Very pristine. Gonna be a big man someday. You got your face, big disgrace. This is like this. And then... Ooh, no. Let's get white. Actually, give me this color. And this. This. I feel like I could have some more dimension though. Take this, bring this down here. Boop. 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 I don't know if I want to. I think I should bring this across. I feel like that's too dark though. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, I like that more. And then let's make that up. I love brick, so tasty. I think maybe I should have just done on the one side, maybe. Right here. Maybe I make it thicker. No, I think it was okay. It's just 2 here. And then go here and I bring it up a little bit. Lane knows how to make a pretty good brick, if I do say so myself. This one, actually, like this. Actually, this would be this, and then this would be this, and this would be this. Okay. She is indeed a brick house. She is a brick house. Oof, don't like that color. I don't like that either. I think I just want to extend this. So I think I just want this to be this color. Hold on, I want to redo this. Let me some slack. Oh yeah, I need that color. There you go. Fucking me. Don't me get a job anywhere. Okay. And then... And then I'm too fucking dumb. Unless it's that time of the month. Even I'm not. You when you hate the fucking lot. Oops. Boop. Yeah, I think I like that more. Hi, Bunby! Hello, hello, hello! How are you? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Asking for patience. All those faces. This one. No two. Don't even talk. Oops. Wasn't done. 4 o'clock. Come home to me. 'Cause I got all you can. And this one. Get a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Yeah. Just you and me. Forgot to do this part. Oops. I'm very tired. I just started working on a second job, working as a deli job in a grocery store now. I work that and learning as a host restaurant. Jeez, that's a lot of jobs. I'm sorry, and you must be very tired. If you need to get some rest, feel free to do so. We're always here, you know. I commend you for how hard you're working. I think I like this. Oh. I like it, but I feel like it does need a border. Fuck. Want to be me? Hope this little pixel doesn't fuck it though. We'll go in. Boop boop. Why don't I like that? I think it's because it's shading too. Must go. Eve calls to me. No problem. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Good night. Good night. Good night. I think that's pretty good. I might make the gravel a little darker. Maybe. I need money, plus I hate the deli job. Manager sucks and I don't get benefits at all. They won't let me work in the union because I took a break for 3 months. What the fuck? Well, I hope that this new job is way better and you have opportunities to get paid even more. I don't like the color that I'm using. To ask for help. I'll get better. I think I like that more. I'll make the bricks bigger. I could do that. Oop. Let me get these colors. Go a little harder. No, that I shouldn't complain. Let's not do continuous. Oops. What was stimulate? It's already so much better, bro. Managers I've met so far have been so nice, and I get a discount off on food? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, hopefully you can just be a cutie patootie waitress. Or hostess soon. You don't have to worry about the rest of it. 5. Okay. I'm gonna make the bricks bigger, and I think I like that more. Let's do like 2 rows of bricks. Or 3, technically. Understand you don't know who I am when you're fucking sad. Yeah, I like that so much more. Okay. Doot, 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 doot. 45. Let's see, in the end times. I don't know how I want to do that side yet. Boop, 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 boop. This one. It's acidic. The real goal after learning host and to go packing DoorDash stuff is to be a bartender. That'd be so cool. And you could tell me a bunch of bartender stories? Fuck yeah. That sounds cool as fuck. I don't think I could be a bartender, but I think bartenders are cool. Yeah, and the way out. Fucking James Brown. I think the top highlight could be lesser, to be honest. I think it's too overpowering. Dystopian era. I feel like it's not bright enough. I think I made it too dark. I'm going gung-ho with this, like... I think this should be like this, though. Maybe I fix that, but I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. So then I think this should be like this, and then like that. And then... let's fucking go. Yeah, I like that. Cool. Trying to make sure that I like it. Champagne. I think I just want this whole thing to be darker. Yeah, there. Now you guys have a little chimney. It's so cute. I got a little chimney. I don't know if I'm... No, Elaine, don't do that to yourself. I was like, maybe I should make it like at an angle. If I make it at an angle, I'm never stopping. We're gonna be here all night long. I don't want to finish this out though. I think it'd be cool looking. Even though no one's gonna see this, I want to add it anyway. Boop, boop. Is this 3? No, it's 2. Okay, cool. I got everything I wanted. Not what you think. And if I'm being honest, it might have been a nightmare for anyone who might care. Thought I could fly, but I stepped off the golden body cried. Nobody even noticed I saw him standing right there. Kinda thought they might care. There we go. Lock. Roof. How do I want to do the side of the roof? Do I want to do anything to the roof? I think it would be cute if it looked like there was little panelings on the roof. I think I have to do that with symmetry. Don't wanna lie. Oop. Think there's an noble one. How make symmetrical? There we go. Alright, cool. No more to scream. My head was underwater. Are you weak? Was just somebody's daughter. Could have been. Actually, let's do that, and then that. I don't wanna let anybody know. Everybody wants something from me now, and I don't wanna let them down. I don't know how to like do like I kind of want to do like a shingled roof, I guess is what I'm thinking. Maybe I could do like you hear they don't deserve you. I knew it all then. Except the inner part is the same. Edward would they say instead? Okay, then let's take this roof off. I'll make it a color I can see. Maybe like a little bigger. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit. No good for you. Learn to lose, you can't afford to. My shirt, stop you bleeding. But nothing ever stopped leaving. This looks a little silly, I'm not gonna lie. This looks a little silly. I don't know how to make it not look silly. Not that silly is bad. I want this to look a little bit different, I think. Only hurt you if you me. I'll call you when the party's over. Because right now it kind of looks like a weird mushroom. And I feel like for a hobbit hole, that's like fair, but like, or a little hovel, like that's fair, but like at the same time, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna look a little bit different. That's kind of cute. I think I have to do a little bit of a darker blue, much darker blue lane. I slammed into your driveway. Grab me open so I feel the air inside me. Tongue, tongue. Tom, tom. Give. Fuck 'em all but us. Oh, you just kiss me. Oops. There you go. It's a weird little house, but it's our little house, you know? Yeah, it's a weird little house, but it's our little house. Like this here. Strong in mud. Oops. I forgot that is how I did that. There you go. By the thread. Shadows dangled like a vine. Do you guys want a candelabra? I don't know if I'm gonna give you guys a candelabra, but maybe. Oh my. I kind of want to do like wood beam. Wood beam. Yeah. Wait, let me do it like more like normal wood. I don't like how I did that. Shadows dancing on the sheets. Hey, I might give you a treat. There you go. And then a little smaller one. And then this one can have a long strand. Now you have like a little bit of wood. And then we can do the floor, which I guess the walls aren't technically done. Look at me in the eyes. What? Select invert. Now you're mine. There we go. And this back. Oop. And this. And then this. And if we go to multiply. Merge down. So now that we have the walls. This is the roof originally. This is the roof now. Roof. This one. What is this? I can delete layer. Okay, cool. About me. I think this layer I want to do similarly to how I did the chimney. Just a little bit different though. Didn't know you yet. Like that. Never let you go. Baby, I can't wait to know. Do you think about the believe in? Always be there so you can tell me anything. Do 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 do. And we are to get. Oops. Your version that didn't happen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean we can't enjoy the song. Also, I think this floor needs to go below the walls the more I look at it. And that kind of fucks me up a little bit because I did it the other way. Oh, I did this on the wrong layer. Need to know what you think about things. Believe in. Always say that so you can. There you go. I think this is fine. Yeah. Oh, baby, baby, I can't wait to know. You think about things, believe me. I'm thinking, oh, listen. Ew, this is like bad. There you go. That works for me. My ear itches. Okay. What? Undoing this. Okay, cool. And then I have to do a thing with this now. Shift N. And then select inverse. Save. Say. There, now it's like the floorboard. Floorboard! I think I could do like a subtle highlight and shadow on it, I think would be nice. Merge down. I won't do it for like the underground part, but I think it would look nice on this part. I don't know if this is subtle enough. I also don't think I'll do the shadow side. I do think it has a perfect amount of room for a little bolt, though. Like this. Oops, that's too light. I don't want to put one on each end. One doesn't need it. Actually, this one, these would be placed here. Boop, boop.
Oh, bang!
Hello, Lieutenant. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Welcome on in, Raiders. If you're new to Raider Breath, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us while I make a little hovel. I'm making a little hovel that sits like behind my chair. So let me toggle off my chair. Behind me, you can very subtly see there's a little house back there, and that's for the beans. I'm trying to make a little bean house. It's loot time, fellows. Oh my. Oh my, well, welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. It's pretty chill, yapping with Nikki lore. Oh my god, beans! Yeah, little beans! But that's fun. I hope that was the utmost funnest of times. Free them! They are free. These are free range little guys. How many apples talls is the hovel? It depends on the size of an apple, but I think it would be like one good apple. One good big apple. Like 5-inch apple tall, I think, is my plan. But feel free to tell us what you got up to for stream. Otherwise, just feel free to hang out, chill, turn the brain off. I know for sure I want it. No! You've been good. Feel free to tell us about your stream. I can't type. Oh, man. I don't think I want to do this like this. I'm gonna make it darker. I don't want to listen to this version of the song right now. And then maybe do a little bit of this. Dun, 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 dun. Am I editing in like 30 seconds? I think it's like different for different people. I guess I just stay winning. I guess you do. I guess you do. Kind of like this. I kind of like this. I don't know how many this is across though. One. I don't know how many that is across. That doesn't feel like enough. I think that's good. So that's like a 2. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's pretty good. 2, 1, 2. Is this 5? 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it is 4. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yay, back. Welcome back. Feel free to tell me how your stream went. Or again, if you need a raid and, you know, go relax some, like you deserve it. Otherwise, you can tell us what you got up to while I painstakingly draw each of these. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1. Okay, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. I'm gonna lurk while I get ready for sleep. Gotta work early tomorrow. No problem. I hope you have a good bedtime routine. What are you working on there? I am working on a little hovel for my stream avatars that will hide behind my chair unless we're in the BRB screen. Then it'll like show itself. Oh, it's not an even amount. Fuck. I don't know how to feel about this. It's not gonna be symmetrical. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. Oh, I did this wrong. Making little holes in walls. See how this like little one is like not spaced the same? Wait, this one isn't spaced correctly. Dun, 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 dun. No, oh my god. Oh, this throws off everything. Chat, this is why you double check and triple check your work. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Did I fix it on the way? Oh my god, no. No. Now you can tell where the center is. Fuck. Okay, wait. What if we made it 3 per? Wait, I did that wrong. 3, boop. You know? And then did this, and then this. And then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Oh, I did it wrong. One, two. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Hold on. Actually, or make this a green. Just so that way I can reset them. Okay. There we go. Wait, that's not 3. How am I supposed to count 3? 1, 2, 3? I guess like that. Wow, 3 is harder to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is much harder. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oops. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait, oops. 1. No! It's fine. This is much better than what it was before. Goodness. I'm just trying to make you guys a cute little home. That's all I'm trying to do. And math is making it hard. I had a dream. Should have started from the center, huh? Can't divide 3 in half evenly, actually, so it's fine. Who I am. Should I have made that taller? I think that's okay. And then do I make windows? Something like a window? So I'm gonna make like a window right here. But if we have window, we have less room for stuff in here. I don't know what to put in here. You guys have any suggestions of what we should put in here? Like a couch? Try to make a couch. New group. Hovel. New layer. Okay, let's try to make a couch. I don't super know how to make a couch, but we're gonna try. Okay, so I don't know how big this couch should be either. Should be bigger than that. Maybe like this big. There we go. Yeah, maybe like that big. And then doing so much guesstimation work. I think that's 2. No, that doesn't feel right. Why doesn't that feel... Oh, because the bottom's off. Now you got a couch. And now I want to see how it looks. So I'm going to reload this. She doesn't know what she's missing. Boop, 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 boop. Clone object. Boop. Test 2. Oh, I can't see. I cannot see if the same level or not. There we go. I think that's pretty good. All right, let me also move the little bros and then myself and my chair. I need one of you to stand next to this couch. Rainer, you will be my subject. That's a kind of small couch. Do you guys have to be this big? I'm gonna make you guys a little bit smaller. Little bitty bitty beans. Little bitty beans. I want to see how big the chat bubble thing is. I cannot see it. We got a couch? Yeah, you got a couch. Yeah, you got a couch. I scaled you down to couch size because I can't handle making it any bigger. Cause then it's like really big and I didn't want to deal with it. The couch isn't done. I just wanted to do it for scale reference. And also I need to change how the I think the blocking works now. I think this is fine actually. Then I'll make like an extension. I think I want to put like a slide here. Thought we were too poor from Gamba to afford a couch. I bought the couch. It's okay. I bought you a couch. Yeah, and then you guys can like climb onto the side of the house. I should do like a ladder on the side of the house, I think. And with a smile. There. Make a little ladder. A tiny little ladder. Right next to you. Maybe I should just put them behind the hovel. Okay, well now it's 2. But you only had 70 beans. You know, I slaved away a little bit, you know. I really... Hello, streamer. Do you happen to have any advice for someone trying to get back into art after years? Ooh, good question. Do what you love. Don't try to trace trends unless that makes you happy. Just try to do whatever makes you happy personally. Because once you stop trying to chase what other people are doing and like you can still like look at what other people are doing and take it for inspiration, but the moment you stop learning and stop having fun, you're not going to want to do it anymore. That is my advice to thee. Drawing helps. Drawing does help. Drawing it all helps. And now you have like a little ladder to get onto the back of the house. Wait, I want to export it. I want to see it. Draw till you feel like the very paper you're drawing on is catching on fire. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you could do that. As long as that makes you happy. If it doesn't make you happy, then, you know, we could have, like, other conversations, but... There's low quality content. Gestural drawing helps in all seriousness. That's true. That's actually hella true. Also, I realized I didn't save and load. Save and reload. Now I can connect again. Because I want to see you guys with your little... Yeah, look, there's a little ladder! There's a little ladder. I might change how this works just a little bit. I love our new house. I love our new house too. Damn it. I have to like lean into my monitor so I can see. There you go. And then I think wait. Yeah, and then this left side I have to modify just a little bit. The fears of age and blight. There you go. There you go. Now we just need a poster of Elaine. Oh, geez. You're gonna make me draw a poster of me? I can try. I will try my damnedest, I'll tell you what. Also, I actually want you to stand on this. Oop, I grabbed the right one. Oops. Please give me the one I click on. Stream avatars. Thank you. Okay. Now we need a poster. I need to finish the couch, but I will do that. I will make a poster of me. Is that narcissistic? Is that narcissistic to make a poster of myself? Actually, I kind of want to put it next to the couch. What if I gave you guys like a little TV? Oh my god, that'd be kind of cute though. I don't know how to draw me in this small form. If it isn't, it was... If it isn't if it was requested. Oh, okay, fair. We can afford that? We can afford anything. We can afford anything. Because that's the great thing about being us, is that we could just make it happen, you know? I'm gonna make a drawing of my pudgy self, I think. Hold on. This is really hard to do with this many pixels. Oh, shit. I didn't close that. Ooh. Stop, please. Okay. It looks like those apartments people make for their pets. Smile. Was that the plan? Not necessarily. Is that where we're kind of going? Maybe. I don't know how to do this. I guess I should have just drawn the thing and then... Wait, hold on. Wait, I have an idea. It's gonna kind of be meta, though. It's gonna be like, hold on. It's gonna kind of be like an inception of itself. And then... I actually want the green to be like this. And then I want like a blue sky. Let's have it brighter, but... Okay, and then... Clouds. Look, we can even afford clouds. And then I'm gonna make the milk club. Look, watch this. Watch this. Yep. Yep. And then... And then I'm gonna make this... Actually, we don't... Do we have windows? We have... It's not wide enough. I have to make this a little bit wider. There we go. And then... I'll make multiple posters, I guess, because this is technically not a poster of me. No, it has to be a single one. And then...
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
And then we have like a door. fucking shit, dog. I kinda like this. Duplicate layer, and then we're just gonna take all of this and we're gonna make it white again. Okay, would a poster of me count if I just put the word "Mom loves you"? Does that count? Or does it have to be in me? Keep. Okay. Actually, I kind of want to try it. Okay, hold on. Nope. Okay. So that's my hair, except I don't like that hair color. Don't like that hair color. Okay, and then I need my skin color. Okay. Okay. That's very sun-baked. I'm a little more yellow, aren't I? Nope. Okay, and then I should honestly have just opened a picture of myself. This works. Ooh. Okay, and then this feels so low res. Abstract mama art. It's like Minecraft. I don't like how tall this is. Now that the New Year's is right, anyone I admit they gotta, I mean, hi guys, yo, what's up? What's up, Bevan? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Guys, I don't like that. I don't like this. How do I make a poster of myself? This looks bad. Heike, this looks kind of bad. Yeah, I'll just try to make a super basic stick figure, I think is my plan. I've been aight. What about you? I'm pretty okay. Just working. Working on silly things. Oops. Okay. Okay, yep. And then I'll even do the diagonal arms. Look at that. And then ooh. Minor oversight here on these arms. Should have done the head first. Okay. And then oh, it looks a little bad. Okay, wait. I'm kind of salvaging it. Okay. Hi, Andrea. I'm trying to make a stick figure of myself. How's it going? Welcome on in. This looks so bad. Chat, I don't think I have enough pixels. I don't know if we can afford this one. Maybe we can. Oh, no, not much. Fast and... Speaking of, I wish God could take all period cramps away from women and give them to me so I can suffer in their stead. 6 foot, by the way. I love it if I was single. Hey, chat. Hey, chat, let me wingman swallow calm really quick. He's 6 foot, single. He's a physicist? He knows big science. He's got a big brain, which means pay big. They're athletic, and they got golden retriever energy. Chat, hit them up. That's all I'm saying. I hope I wingman for you there pretty good. I think I did pretty alright, but you know. Ew. Okay. I think that's pretty good. They let me borrow their Lambo yesterday. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Bevan. Bevan's also reaching out for it, you know. Bevan also knows what's up. We got you. We got you. Ladies will be lining up at your door as we speak. I don't remember what the bottom of my shirt looks like. Hold on. I'm just gonna change my outfit really quick. Oh, wait. Fit. There you go. Hold on. I'm gonna just stand. Oh my god, wait, I could be with you guys. Hey, guys. Wait, if I can make myself smaller. There you go. I'm like a little Barbie. I'm a little Barbie. Alright, and then I need brown. And then I need blue. Okay, not that blue, though. And then I need red. And then like that. And then I need cat ears. Ew. Those look bad. If Elaine was in Stardew Valley, exactly. Actually, hold on. And then like have horns. Sister, why is your waist 1 pixel? Okay, fair. Well, is this because my arms will look funny? Hold on. I don't know how to draw this tiny, man. Okay, hold on. I'll make my waist bigger. Hold on, wait. Wait. I'm being bullied. Wait, actually, I need those colors. That's not how my top works. There you go. There. Like, you just don't... Wait, I stole my joke! Peak Instagram model physique? Exactly. I just finished a sentence. Finished as to be here episode 1. And bro, this is gonna be a good anime. I'm glad that you're excited. Oh my god, okay, so... Wait. My cat's being a menace. Yeah, you, Moira, you're being a little menace, huh? Wait, how do you draw a skirt? Yeah. I think. Oh my god, Moira. See, this is why you don't do these kind of things. Okay, I have to fix my braid because I don't like how it sits. Wait, no, it's gotta be like this. No, I don't like that. There you go. Ah, it's a picture of mom. There you go. Does that look accurate, you think? Oh, I don't have my bow. There you go. It's me. Oh shit, I'm like in the way. There you go. It's me. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Actually, now the ears look tall. I think I'll just keep it like this. Fuck yeah. You cooked. Thank you. I tried really hard. Okay, wait. I just want to make this a little bit lighter of the paper. Wait, I like drew it a little bit too tall. Shift N, Control V. Oops. Being a hero is a punishment for the worst criminals. Well, I watched the original To Be a Hero, and that was pure ass, to be honest. X has been so fire. I'm only on episode 3. I'm stoked to hear another. To Be a Hero X is good. But they're different shows. That makes sense. That makes sense. They usually change the name a little bit, so it feels a little different. Merge down. There you go. I feel like I don't like the background of this, though. Maybe I should make it, like... brown. There you go. Should we make more posters? Feel like I gotta make a poster of, like... Don't do white. Like, hang in there kind of thing. That might be a little cynical, though. Let me see if I can actually make something pretty. Here, let's try that, then. Who gives a fuck? Ooh, you know what? I have an idea. Can I use a blur tool on this? Blur tool. Me shaking a can for beans? Yeah, I could do that too. I can try to replicate the beauteous art that you made. So let me try this really quick because I want to see how this looks. I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the spray painting videos on the internet where they're like, where they really just make a reflection and then they like do stuff with it. I don't know how well this is gonna work, to be honest. I did my time. I paid my dues. Fools. Kind of like that, I think. And then I don't know what the fuck else they do. I could do gradients. I think gradients would make this look a lot better. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, I am your son. Cody Ray, what have you done? Nobody gives a fuck. Cody Ray, what have you done? Gives a fuck. Cody Ray, he had a brain, he's finding out. Okay, and this one, and then we take this blue, and then another blue, and then we do gradient. Give it. Huh? Should be the other way. Oops. Yeah, boy. And the yellow, green. Give. Boop. Boop. Okay, and then we're gonna take a little bit of blue. Not that much blue, I think. Okay, and then and the apple flew through the core. Oh, wait. Close, but not exactly. Wait, no. Wait. Little orange. Yeah. Wait, but then doesn't this need to be like... Fuck, hold on. Shift N. This needs to be like that, but inverted as well then. God damn it. Two, three, four, five. What have I done? Okay. Okay. And then gradient. Other way around. There we go. And let's do like a soft light. Or an overlay. I don't want it to be like... There we go. Huh. I don't like that it like... I kind of like that. Well, like a little bit less though. And then merge it down. Select inverse. Actually, let's it be black. All the spray paint art is always like whatever's in the foreground is always like black. I don't know if you guys even know what I'm talking about, but like hold on. Spray paint art. Yeah, it's always like wait. Yeah, it's always like space. It's always space or it's like water reflecting something. And I'm not digging on it. I like straight paint art. I think it's really fucking cool. But they always have like water and space. Mountains as well. A lot of it's space though. Like space. Because you can have a lot of circular shapes because you just spray on circular things. But yeah, I'm trying to do one of these. The spray paint art like a sunset. I love the ones that do characters. That's fair. Like it's like this. I'm trying to make one of these. Clearly a Spider-Man one right there. That was only one though. Look at all these sunset ones. How to spray paint a sunset. Oh shit, I should have followed that, huh? Okay, we'll do like 2 of them. Cause wait, I want to kind of see if I can recreate it in pixel art. I'm trying to make a palm tree now with like 5 pixels. Hold on. It kind of looks bad. I did that on the layer. Oh, gross. That's okay. I don't know how to make a tree. We're just gonna make a normal tree. I don't know how to make a palm tree. Those palm trees, they like need curves and stuff, man. I don't have curves. Wait, I don't... There. Now there's like a little tree. Wait, no, wait, I know an even better idea. Wait, instead of a tree, let's do a bird. Okay, there you go. It's a bird flying across the sea. Yeah, see, they do palm trees and they do a cloud. Hold on, let me see if I can do a cloud. Maybe like one more cloud here. Yeah, there you go. It looks a little bad. It looks a little bad. But that's okay. Okay. I'm gonna make another one, but I'm gonna make stars first. Inverse. Okay. And then get gray paper. I gotta go into the fridge. Wait, Star, can I just put this on there? Wait, copy image. Ah! Oh, it's getting so crunchy. Star, can you see this? Star, do you understand what this is? It's so tiny. I don't think that's gonna fit. I think I actually have to try to make a pixel art version of it. Okay, hold on. Okay, so you got the little body going on. And then you got the ear in the ear. Crunchy. I might keep it, but I want to see if I can make it. Actually. Oh, I love you too. I love you too, Pancake. Actually, I do want to keep a crunchy version of the picture. Hold on. Oh, it gets so crunchy. Oh, look at that crunch. It's like... Is it recognizable still? Oh shit, okay, so... This is what it looks like. Is it still recognizable? I think it's abstract art. If you think about it, I think it's like cool abstract art. If you think about it, I think that is like, yeah. It's an abstract piece on capitalism. Obviously. And that's obviously why you guys have it, because you wanted an abstract piece on capitalism. I see nothing wrong with this. Okay, now I'm gonna try to follow this YouTube video on how to spray paint a sunset. Make a sunset, please. Okay. So he does. So he puts down the sun first, I think. No. He puts down. Yeah. So he spray paints the sun gradient first. So I'm gonna do that. Okay. I need colors. Okay. So here, hold on. It's gotta be centered. Oh, this is not even. There you go. Oh, this is like really big. It's okay. We're just doing a sunset. And then I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna use orange. Wait, how does he do his sunset gradient? Wait, I'm just gonna, okay. Wait, I want his colors. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna get the gradient. Okay, and then we're gonna, yeah, there you go. I don't like how big that sun is. It's gonna piss me off. Okay. Okay, and then this, and then gradient. And then gradient. There you go. Yeah. Oh, I can close this now. And then we get these to here. And then we gradient it down. Now bear with me and pretend like we have that we have like the little covering things that he has. This little thing, I don't know what the fuck that's called. It's probably like a plate or something, and you could probably buy one for $50 on Amazon. And then you spray it, right? And then we're spraying, and now he like split it. Oh, and now he does a vertical one. Oh, and then he's how he's blurring it. A paint lid, maybe. Could be a paint lid. And then see how he does it like that? And there you go. And now you have the water. Rock, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I think I made the values too similar in the other one. In the background. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Hold on, let me do this again. The gradient. There you go. Oh, you were talking about this? Yes, I was. But that is okay. Same. Yeah. We want it to be different enough that you can still see it. and then we gotta go to white. And then we gotta do it again. This is so pretty. You like it? I'm glad you like it. Wait, no, I think I'm doing too many steps. Like this one and then this one, and then it goes. What are you making, by the way? I'm making posters for the milk beans. Okay, right? And then he does... Oh, shit. Tolerance... Oh, 1. Oh, a tolerance 11? Okay. For a little homie, exactly. Okay, and then he does like a horizontal one. He does like he does it like up and down. So let's get gradient. Gradient, please. I see what's happening here. Okay. Gradient. Like that. And then like this. And then somehow we have to blur it. So hopefully... Actually, this one would be better. Jumbling would be way better. Hold on. Wait. It's a little hard to do, but we get there. And then look, we have a sunset. It's kind of bunk, if I'm honest, but could be worse. I think I'm gonna make a new layer. And then do a little gradient right here. Oh, actually, this was the wrong color. Yeah, and then take that, remove it. And then we're gonna do a soft light. There you go. Kind of like the colorfulness of the other one more. I might change the hues on it though. Maybe I'd like it more that way. Can I do a hue saturation thing on this? Don't do it in front of... Oh, is this like over here? Layer. Edit. Adjustments. Hue saturation. Does this change how it's like rendering it? Hold on, I want to do another version. You can go away. And then... I should have just made a blank poster, but I never did. Oops. Select invert. Actually... Hello? Oh. I'm just being dumb. Okay, cool. Okay, now I'm gonna do this again. So I'll make it a different color. I think I'm gonna raise it just a little bit more too. And then I'd like to do maybe this color to same value but pink. Or no, red was good. Red was good. Yeah, I like this to red, I think. I think I like the background being that color. And then I'd like this to be this to this color. But make it a different... I want to do like a different version of the... I think I don't actually like this yellow. I have to do this the other way, don't I? Realize you never played my funny song in the end? Did I not? Wait, didn't I? I thought I did. I thought we did. Did you put it in the song requests? Maybe you just didn't notice. That's fair. We do have like a lot of music going on, so it's like... It's called block list. We can find out. I can play it again though. I don't really care. Or I guess I do care. I just don't mind. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Add to queue. It whatchamacallit. Every time chat gives us a song, it plays in there. Actually, you know what? I'm too lazy to do this. Delete. Okay. Here are your posters. Thank you, of course. That'll bug me if we don't get these even. Okay. Now I can go back to the couch. Which I might have to make a bit shorter. And then like lower it a bit, I think. Or maybe make this even shorter, maybe. And like that. And then... I hope this is even. That's pretty good. And then how do I make it look fluffier? I think I have to do a gradient. Gradient. Oops. I don't actually like this color. Yeah, I think I remember the song playing, but I also remember us skimming past it because I think we were talking about science. But this guy can't block everybody because there's a block list, like, amount, isn't there? Damn, on PayPal too? Damn. On AOL is fucking crazy, dude. Can I blur this? Blur. Actually, hold on. Change the I called her and I blocked her again is fucking wild, dude. Hold on, I want to redo this. No, I brought an Android so I could block a bitch onto Android as a level of ignorance. I know. Fucking wild. FaceTime out of nowhere, I'ma block you is fucking wild. This one this way, this one this way. Oops. I think I'm thinking about this wrong. I am a little bit. Turn the heavens. I Uber a bitch to the block list. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They indeed did that. They indeed did that. And pulled out of me. Yeah, I like that. I make this 0 again. Do I want to bring this a little bit more up, though? Ew. Ew. There we go. I thought there was a way to do that without. Huh. I guess not. Weird. Thought there was a way to do that without, like, I guess doing it like that. I guess not. Let's track of time to the wind as we dance to the night and we say, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. Voices ring like the angels sing. I say, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. Danced on into the night. Oop. Yo. Danced on into the night. go. Maybe I should just keep this here and then do that. I made it like 2 across. Ah! I feel like these don't feel soft enough. From the heavens, it was easy to tell. Love from above that could save me from hell. And a soul, it was easy to see how the devil himself could behold out of me. And guns in the air as she started to dance. Every soul in the room giving time with her hand. Singing, away, away, away. This is sang like the angels sing. I sing it, hey, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. We danced on into the night. Okay, and then I want to blur this one a little bit. Oh. Blur it, not that much. Come on, man. Oh, there we go. It's dawn into the night. I guess I gotta do it the 2-way, boop. Oh, I love this song. Fuck yes. Guys, this is a really good song. If you don't know this song, oh my god. When I get old, I want to be like these guys. Holy banger. Agreed. How do you even know this song? I have a few British friends. And I got them on my TikTok a few times. And so I think that helps. I got them on my TikTok a few times. In Turkey. This one. To be so controlly. What's my calling donkey? Oops. There you go. Fuck yeah. I feel like I made this a little bad. Maybe this needs to be like a little bit lighter. Actually, I'm just gonna make it 1. Yeah, more. Boop. And then, if you like my UK rap opinions, let me see if I can find the one. I don't like their most famous song, but the soft play, they changed their name. It used to be something else. They used to be the Slavs, I think. But they made a very popular song that I don't remember what it was. What was the song that they're known for? Band Slavs. Soft play. Fucking forgot. Peaky Recaps was 2015. Fair. I don't know. I don't know what song that I was thinking of that got them popular, but look, we're almost done with the couch. Oops. Boop, boop. Make it a little bit wider. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Oh. It's 2. Okay. 2. Wait, is this? It's 3. There you go. And then we'll do another back set. I'm in the fucking devil. Boop. Oh, is a city of gold, and I'm in for the nothing but lost track of my soul. Oh, a city of gold, and I feel like this also needs to be dark, but just not as dark. No. 55% of UK homes. I bet you did. Bet you didn't. Like what they say didn't. Actually, I don't like how dark I made that. Let's make it a little bit darker. Yeah. Yippee! Now you guys have a couch. Let's fucking go! I have to make a shadow for the couch, though. Duplicate. Select invert. It's gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. Couch. Something that I like. Anything that I like. Boop. I kind of want to make a TV, but it would kind of cover the couch, so I might leave it for now. All right, I might leave it like that for now. Oh wait, a door. Hold on, wait. Let me do a door. And then we might get off for the night. I don't know what this is. I think this just means they're empty. Merge down. These are posters. Gonna be perfect. Actually, I should put like little things in this, huh? Put like little pins in them. Walls, magnolia. I don't know what gray to use here for the nail. And then because my brain is saying to do this, I'll do it. Shift N. Select inverse. Break more walls, Magnolia. There you go. And then the door. Merge down. Shift N. It's gotta be perfect. Gotta be perfect. Actually, I don't know how this door would hinge. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, chat. I need a completely different color so I can see. Get like this. And then erase the bottom bit. Erase this part. Ew, that is not wide enough. I want it to be like wide. Oops. Stay tomorrow. Open up the door, can you? Open up the door, can you? Take my love away from me, Oh, we singing? We always singing. Sometimes we humming, but we always be singing, even if it's just a little bit. Helps me pass the time, singing does. I don't know you at all. I don't know you. I think I put this door in the wrong spot, but I'll fix that. Oh, thank you for the save check. Give me like 2 seconds. There we go. Thank you, thank you. I would fucking cry if we fucking lost this file. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. Actually, I just realized this would come all the way down, and I might be ooped. Actually, duplicate. Me. It's not gonna work. Fuck. Fuck. I need it to flip though. I can fix the colors being wrong in a second. Actually, this should all be darker. Curious. Are you serious? Open up the door. Can you open up the door? Actually, I need these to be a little bit darker. Oh shit. There you go. Bring this down a little bit. Make like a little step here, I guess. Oops. Please. Please have mercy. Oh, fuck. I forgot you could go smaller in that brush. I'm stupid. There we go. And we have a hole for the door. And, I'm actually gonna make it a little bit bigger. There you go. Bonk. I really needed to play Europop and yes! I think this is just one of my playlists. The more I think about it. So it's playing the songs in order of how I can guess them, which means it's probably a playlist that I know. I don't know if anybody else does that, where like they're playing a playlist and they know what's gonna play next, and they're like, and then I'm like, ooh. Oh yeah, that's me all the time. I play this fuck, yeah. I don't think I want to do that vertical one. I do think I kind of want to blur it though a little bit. Papa, oh papa. Hello, papa. Hello, papa. Hello, papa. Hello, papa. Hey. Hello, papa. Alright, you guys need a little doorknob. Or go just say fish and chips. There you go. I hate that gold color. I need to do file manager. I don't want. No, I'm sorry, Pookie. I understand the pain. But hey, bright side, when you do it, you'll feel so refreshed. You know you're gonna feel refreshed once it's done. I don't like that at all. Hey, because I haven't cleaned my resolve cache and it's up to like, ooh, you know what'll feel good when you clean it. I'm faced by love, but don't face me. There we go. This is your fault. I don't need you anyway. Oops. Oh. Wasted. Oh, please. Ooh, you know what? I go a little bit darker. And then okay, and then a little bit darker. Not more saturated though. I'll make that darker. There we go. I don't really understand how it got to this point, if I'm entirely honest. Don't face me. Okay, hold on, go back. Go back. Okay. Select inverse. Okay. So now I want this one to come a bit more this way, a little bit lighter. Do 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 do. In a few weeks. Boop, 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 boop. And I just need the brush to get bigger, so I can just fill this whole thing in. Right before my eyes, it's the sweet beginning. I can do just what you want. Be alone. Oh. Okay, and then... oh, shit. Okay. I'll give time. And then I fucked that one up. There we go. Fire. And now I'm gonna blur it. Oop, should have made it darker. Hang on. I can tell just what you want. Be alone. And now we blur it. Dunk. 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 Ooh. What's this? Yo, Elena, hope you're doing good. Hey, who put those stars? It was me. Hunted was a piece of bread. Why can't you guys hear this? Browser. Huh? I like this. Please, Elaine, I'm begging you, just one mid-song. Stop playing bangers. One song. Stop having taste for one song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just how it is here, my guy. It's just how it is here. I don't know what to tell you. My mix is just a mix of chat's taste. That's all it is. That's all it is. I want to make this more depthy. Dun, 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 dun. Who knows? Maybe you won't be into this one, I'm not even actually into this one all that much. Actually, I don't really want to listen to this one. I want to listen to this though. Maybe this one won't be in your wheelhouse. There you go. So Lylane always gets the Ox game. Goober. Too far, like halfway through the drive. Now eyes ugly as my exit signs. I'm moving the future to the right. Now I am in the rain of it. Why would I not like Noah? I don't know, man. I don't know you yet. You know, it's like you could have not liked him. Just going on the plains and I love her mom, but it's the season of the sticks and I saw your mom, but I forgot that I existed and it's half my fault. I just stopped to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol. All right, now your hobble is completed. For now. I'll do more with it later. Okay, have a look time. Have a good lunch. Alright, I have to fix this while we listen to this and the next song that I'm not seeing on here. Hold on. Oh wait, this is okay, cool. Oh, funny, 'cause I miss the way you laugh. No, that doesn't make sense. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. What? Come home for Christmas and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one. Oh! Okay, sorry. I had to fix that. Love you, buddy. Love you, buddy! Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that the other computer works correctly. Hey, I'm getting another art commission as a birthday. Happy early birthday! Happy early birthday! Hope you have a good birthday. But it's the season of the sticks and I love your mom. She forgot that I existed and it's half my fault. I just stopped to play the victim. I'll drink. Cool. Okay, I fixed it. So I'm home for Christmas and I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have. But what are we gonna do tomorrow? Tomorrow we have D&D, so I can't stream for as long, unfortunately. Oh, let me make the. It's easier if I do it the day before. The thing for this, the thumbnail for today. I hope you guys like your new home. Even though you have a home, but now I've made you a micro home. I should probably put pillows. Oh, I didn't save and reload. God damn it. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Please don't microwave my home. What the fuck? I'm not gonna microwave your home. I live there. I live there. I love that. I live there. This is so cute. I like it a lot. I hope you guys like your little home too. I think it's fun. And it's like a little secret because, like, what's happening? You don't know. It just looks like you're hanging out and there's a little door there, but what's the door mean? And then you hide the bean chair and then the secrets are revealed. I think that's really cute. I think it's cute. Very cute. Thank you. How much is rent though? I don't have money. It's free. It's free as long as you're my friend. Or as long as you watch my streams. As long as you follow me. As long as you lurk. I don't know. as long as free. I'm gonna annex the fuck out of this house. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? What does it mean you're gonna annex my house? Feelin Cute. I'm gonna leave it at Feelin Cute and EP Beans. Yeah, and art, video editing. I don't know what else did we do today? Art yapping. I guess we vibed. Vibe sesh. Sheesh. It's free real estate, baby. Mine now. It's everybody's. Is this a free house for all of us beautiful gambling addicts? It is. It is. I didn't do this. I on God think that we only did we went into 3 programs today. which is like fine. I don't mind. It's just like there's nothing else for me to put here. So we didn't play any games. We just did art. Also, this is Yuki music that like 5 people have listened to. I like it a lot. What do you mean only 5 people have listened to it? Let's change the state to 7. Okay. Maybe we won't listen to it again. I was kind of thinking about it though. I want to listen to this song as I end stream. It's actually 2 million Lamau. My first is 10k listens. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But now it's gonna have 1 million. I changed it. I'm sorry. We'll listen to it tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll listen to it tomorrow, I promise. Who's streaming right now? I still fucking love Dead Sun's Prime fucking stream title. I have that song on my Chill Songs playlist. Fair. It's a really good song. The cargo I'm feeling. Another version of me I wasn't in. Let's go raid TNS Teeny. I'm gonna go raid Teeny. How long has he been streaming? 6 hours?
You say that,
they're like in the middle of a fight, so I don't think they're gonna get off anytime soon. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have a fun time with Teeny, who is playing Pokemon Rogue. I don't know what that is, other than it's Pokemon. But I love you guys very much, and thank you for the raids. Thank you for hanging out. I love you guys very much, and without you, I wouldn't be here doing this. So I appreciate you guys so much, and have a wonderful night, okay? Mwah! I will see you guys tomorrow. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. Other than that, have a lovely night, ladies and gentlemen. Mwah! Good night.